Good morning and welcome to the second day of the public hearings in the Media and Digital Platforms Market Inquiry. Today we start with Media24 and they'll be from 10 to 12. Then we have Moneyweb joining after that. And in the afternoon session we have the Washington-based Center for Journalism and Liberty and then the GIBS Media Leadership Think Tank following them. So welcome Media24 and Ishmet Davidson. We'll start with your presentation, proceed then after that to do questions, but maybe we can start with introductions to your team that you've brought before us and a reminder as a business that it's a public hearing. Please don't traverse confidential information. We'll certainly do our best not to, but in your replies, just make sure that you're vigilant on that too.
Try and remember that. James, exactly like you say, we do have a presentation. I do have a script. And besides for sort of needing to calm my nerves and also to assist my aging memory, if you don't mind, I'd like to stick to the script as much as possible. And then, of course, when we get to the question and answer sessions, we'll be less scripted. So, if we may, my understanding is that my colleague Sir Anne will be who drives the presentation. So Anne, fantastic. Okay. Taking one back, Sir Anne, to the front slide. So this is a little bit like I'm sitting at the United Nations General Council. I always wanted to be there. Anyway, right, we're good to go. So good morning and thank you for affording Media24 the opportunity to present our case to the Commission. If we move on to the second slide, the agenda for this morning's presentation is in our allotted hour, we start with an introduction and an overview. Then we move on to advertising technology stacks. Then generative AI, followed by the impact of fake news and finishing with a few concluding remarks. Okay. If in order, we'll move on to the first item, which is the introduction and overview. So starting with the introductions. Okay? Right, so starting with the introduction. So my name is Ishmet Davidson. I'm the CEO of Media24. And our team today comprises Justin Langeveld, our ex-head of news and now head of e-commerce, Charlene Rolls, our head of AI and ex-editor of the U magazine. And then online is Adrian Basson, our editor-in-chief of News24 and a member of the South African National Editors Forum. And to my left, Dr. Sir Anne van der Merwe, Media24's General Counsel. Okay. Go. So for the benefit of those who don't know, here's a bit about what Media24 does. We're the largest digital news publisher in the country with News24, Netwerk24, Landbou.com, and more recently, SNL24. We also publish a few paid-for newspapers and a number of local and community newspapers. Now, considering the state of the media industry in South Africa, we're fortunate to also have a relatively diversified portfolio of businesses, including television production, media and e-commerce logistics, magazines, and book publishing. But today, we're here to talk about our media business. Okay. So as a member of the Fourth Estate, I think it's fair to say that we play a vital role in our democracy. In fact, it's a role that's enshrined in our Constitution, which states, everyone has the right to freedom of expression, which includes freedom of the press. Yet today, we find ourselves not just facing challenges relating to freedom of the press, but challenges relating to the very existence of the press. Next. Now, I've been in publishing for almost 30 years and have played an active role in resisting any potential threat by government to interfere in or to curtail press freedom. But as things have turned out, the threat to press freedom in our country is not from government. It's from one of the wealthiest and most dominant companies in the world, Google. Right. But they're not just wealthy and dominant, they're also highly secretive. So secretive, in fact, that we recently, in preparation for today, launched a PIA application to compel them to disclose, amongst other things, their revenue in South Africa, their operating costs, intergroup charges, and their profit pre- and post-tax. They flatly refused, claiming confidentiality of competitively sensitive information, which I believe is an argument of convenience to hide the truth of the extent of their dominance and their cash extraction business model, which makes competing with them on an equal footing even more impossible and exacerbates what we believe is a clear-cut case of abuse of dominance. So let's examine our claims based on the information that is available. So we start with the South African digital advertising revenue market. The entire digital advertising market grew from 3.5 billion in 2015 to 14.5 billion in 2022. So based on the latest PwC IAB report, Google and Meta are absolutely dominant. That's the red plus the dark blue. Absolutely dominant with 97% market share, leaving publishers with crumbs, and the publishers is the blue, the light blue bits that you can see there. What's particularly concerning is that in 2015, publishers had an almost 8% market share, which by 2022 had declined to 3%. On the other hand, during this time, Google's dominance grew from 67% to 78% of the digital advertising market, with close to 100% of the search market. And even more shocking is Google's advertising revenue growing to over 11 billion rand at an average annual growth rate of 25%. That's only advertising. So based on the limited information we do have, let's examine Google SA's income statement. In 2022, they extracted over 11 billion in advertising revenue, yet they employ very few people locally. Our guess is about 30 people, so they have minimal operating costs and very limited employment opportunities. But sources tell us that they then put through a platform charge from their head office in Ireland to the SA operation, which leaves very little taxable profit in South Africa, with most of their SA income ultimately taxed in Ireland at 12.5% versus the 27% tax rate the rest of us pay in South Africa. Now, not for a moment am I suggesting that this is illegal, but my view is that it is immoral. It deprives the SA fiscus of much needed tax and fortifies Google's dominance in South Africa. And I don't think it's difficult to see the problem here. I could, of course, be totally off track. So through the PIA application, we've publicly challenged Google to disclose their numbers. Prove us wrong, and I'll apologize. Okay. Now let's consider the impact of Google's dominance on our media business, our being Media24. So this is sort of the flip side of the coin. Over the past 7 years, our newspaper advertising and circulation revenue has more than halved, declined by 52% over a 7-year period, leaving our newspaper business on its last legs. Next. Fortunately, through our investment over the past 25 years, we've built News24 into the leading digital news site in the country. You see it there, the dark blue right at the bottom, with more than 20 million monthly users. So it's looking good for News24. Or is it? So despite being in existence for 25 years, being the most trusted news source in the country and having 20 million monthly users, this is our financial reality. So after a bit of an advertising lift, the dark blue, that's the advertising lift during COVID, News24 advertising revenue has shrunk considerably. You can see what happens to the blue bars. As a result, we've been forced to implement a paywall, the orange bit, with subscribers currently at over 100,000. However, the growth in subscriber revenue has not nearly been sufficient to offset decline in advertising revenue. If we look at the middle line, which is our costs, to survive, we've been forced to manage our costs as tightly as possible, with zero cost growth over the past 7 years in a roughly 9% annual inflationary environment, bearing in mind digital technology, largely from the States, from the US. But despite the cost interventions, after 25 years in existence, 100,000 subscribers, and 20 million monthly users, News24 is unprofitable. That's the bit right at the bottom. This is a clear indication that the business model is unsustainable, and coupled with our dying print business, it's an extinction crisis for media in South Africa. The fourth estate is on its knees. And yes, one or two media companies may survive, but a democracy thrives on a plurality of voices. Next. Now let's examine what our content is worth to Google. Firstly, they claim that Google News doesn't make money. But Google News is a news aggregator service developed by Google. It's a different entity to news content delivered by its search, which is where they make most of their money. So basically what they're doing here, they're conflating issues. Next. However, Google's statement of news contributing only 2% of search results is supported by SimilarWeb's ranking of top 100 searches globally in 2023. The top 10 lists includes, you'll notice, mostly their own products. That's YouTube, Gmail, Translate, and Google Translate, further demonstrating Google's dominance. And this is remarkable for a company that produces virtually zero content. As Google likes to pretend, news may well be insignificant in the global Google universe, but it's hardly insignificant when we take the contribution in impressions of our flagship digital news brand News24, which last year generated 2.36 billion search page impressions, of which only 4% result in a click-through to News24, with the balance monetized by Google. In fact, the total number of Google impressions generated by News24 last year was 5.2 billion. That's search plus discover, with a click-through rate of 5% for the benefit of News24 and 5 billion or 95% of the impressions for Google's benefit. But that 5% click-through represents 44% of News24's referral traffic. So without Google, we'd lose almost half of our referral traffic and we'd be in even deeper trouble. Go. But all these opaque numbers aside, let's look at reality by doing a general search for something as basic as gas explosion Boksburg. Press. Once. Of the first page, there were 44 results, and of the 44 results, 72% is from news sources. There it says YouTube. Don't be fooled. It's YouTube/SABC News, and so it goes on. 72% news. This wasn't an example that we sort of sucked out of our thumb to prove our case. I would invite the Commission to take your pick, Gas Blast, Johannesburg, Main Street. See what comes up. Please. And we didn't even use the news specific tab in our search. You see they're circled in red. You get all, and you get the Google News tab. So in fact, if news is as insignificant as what Google claims, why would they have a news tab in a search option, occupying what is often referred to as prime real estate? Okay. And perhaps it's because the value of news to Google is far greater than they would like us to believe, as borne out by a number of independent studies done around the world, all of which are available for consideration by the Commission. Okay. Fact is, news owners are caught between a rock and a hard place with Google and have little to no negotiating muscle, and Google knows this, as is clear from our most recent correspondence with them, and I quote, "Google does not use publisher content, but links to it as it does to all websites across the open web. Publishers are always in control. If they prefer Google not to link to their content from search or GNews, they can block access." Okay. Now, Mr. Commissioner, this has been my first-hand experience in trying to negotiate with Google. It's a take it or leave it, which in my view epitomizes an abuse of dominance. Okay. Now, they love reminding us how much they've contributed to the news industry through Google's news initiative, with 300 million in funding over the past 6 years. Okay. But in reality, that 300 million represents 0.03% of their global advertising turnover, which in my view is just altruism disguising greed, like tossing crumbs to appease the peasants. We didn't ask for the Google News initiative, which in any case is designed to increase their stranglehold over the media industry. We don't want their charity. What we do want is to be fairly compensated for our content. Thank you, and I now hand over to Justin.
All right. Thank you, Ishmet. And you can continue. Okay, I'm going to be speaking about the impact of ad tech and our advertising sales, and the revenue on advertising sales has been impacted through ad tech stack and Google at large. You can go on, Sam, please. So the following diagram is a high-level overview of Media24's advertising technology platforms. The reason I'm showing this is to show you that Google Ad Manager, which you see encircled there in red, is at the center of our advertising technology within Media24. And all the surrounding technologies plugs into Google Ad Manager to be able for us to serve advertising. We do not rely on Google Ad Manager or GAM for our data management system of record, but rather AdPoint and SAP, which you'll see in the left-hand corner. They manage our data, our invoicing, our CRM, etc. However, through GAM, we integrate with other SSPs. So Google Ad Manager plays a role of our ad server and our sell-through platform, such as Magnite and Index Exchange, but we don't use them directly as a platform. Okay, move on, Sam. So the reason I've shown Media24's advertising technology platform in the beginning is to just show you how ad tech plays out, and then I'll go into the ad tech value chain as well. We need to distinguish broadly between various categories of display advertising. So in this instance, I'm using direct and open web advertising. Direct advertising uses your in-house resources, selling on a one-on-one basis with a client within a closed system. You determine the rates under negotiation, you place the ads through insertion orders and through GAM itself, and you manage the campaign. So you're in control with the direct ad. So if you look at the encircled green ad there, the SOAR ad, that's a typical direct ad that we get into our ecosystem. Open web ads, on the other hand, are ads that are using the ad tech stack. That refers to the ecosystem that connects publishers and digital advertisers using an intermediation chain to facilitate ad sales and inventory placement. The blue circle over there with the Woolworths ad in it, that is typically an open web ad. And you'll see that it's distinguished by, in the right-hand corner of the ad, is a little I with a circle and an X. So those are typically open exchange ads that come through. This is an automated process where buyers buy and sell inventory through real-time bidding process, and available inventory is then allocated at the winning bidding price. So you can move on. So now that we've broadly distinguished between the type of advertising, I want to take you to the ad tech value chain. This is a simplified picture of the ad tech value chain, and it starts with the publisher and advertiser wanting to link requirements with availability. The publisher creates content and makes inventory available through its ad server, which is the publisher ad server. So in that ad server, it makes its inventory available. That ad server manages the inventory and the available impressions that the publisher has. The SSP, or sell-side platform, which can also be part of the ad network, pools inventory and then resells that inventory to the advertiser. So this is the sell-side portion of the value chain. If we move to the other side, which is the buy-side portion of the value chain, hang on quickly, if you move to the other side, you see the advertiser is looking for inventory that suits their needs. They have an ad server as well, so an advertiser ad server, which actually requests inventory and then manages the campaign on their behalf as well. Central to all this is the ad exchange. So the ad exchange is a digital marketplace for the sale of ad inventory, and it facilitates the bidding process for ad inventory. Then you have DSPs, which is the demand-side platform. So the demand-side platform is used by advertisers to bid on inventory within the ad exchange. Okay, now you can go on, Suzanne. What I want to depict with this is that Google, if you can see here, is vertically integrated through all levels of the ad tech value chain, holding dominant positions in both the sell side, as you can see there on the left, and the buy side, as you can see on the right. So if you look at Google Ad Manager, which I said is GAM, GAM is involved with Publisher Ad Server, it's involved with Sell Side Platform, SSP, and it's involved with the Ad Exchange. Google AdSense is involved with the ad networks, and then with the DSPs, which are the demand-side platforms, you have Google Ads, and you have DV360, which is Display and Video 360. So they have a share in that market as well. They even have a share in the advertiser ad server market, which is the campaign manager that Google manages. Due to the presence of Google in all the ad tech stack services, it makes it nearly impossible for publishers and advertisers to do business unless it's through Google. And that's the reason why Google is actually central to our advertising technology, else we won't get advertising. Google not only operates through the entire chain, but in all likelihood has the largest share of supply among providers at all levels. Further to this, Google also earns fees or serving fees or cuts of revenue throughout the entire value chain. And that actually erodes the eventual yields that come through to publisher from advertiser, which we have no record of, or which we have no sight of. Okay, I can go on. Thanks, Anne. So my last point was the erosion of yields in the ad tech stack environment. So digital advertising, as Ishmael has indicated in these slides, has grown significantly over the last few years. But publishers have not been able to participate due to the environment of digital advertising and the prominence of open web advertising. Media24 has always favored a direct sale environment over an open web sale environment due to mitigate that effects of the distortive features present in the digital advertising landscape. As you can see from the dark blue bars, that is our direct yields, and you can see that it's significantly more than the light blue bars. Those are the average yields we get on open web. However, as the prominence of advertising using the ad tech stack grows, average yields for direct advertising are starting to erode, as you can notice from 2019 all the way to 23. Even though we are in an inflationary environment, our advertising yields are coming down. As our available inventory declines, higher yields are necessary to keep the business sustainable, as we can't compete with Google on scale. Out in the market, the common term you use is that we want to use cheaper ads, cheaper rates, and it's Google advertising that we want rather. So this is the general feel in the market. As I've mentioned, that we can't compete with Google on scale, and as a term of reference, News24 averages about 200 to 250 million impressions a month. And we struggle to utilize that full availability. On the other side, our content present on Google Search, Discover, and Google News, those pillars garner almost double what we have in impressions, about 400 to 450 million impressions a month. Google gets significantly more impressions from our content than us, and we do not receive any compensation for that. Can move on, Sam. Thank you. So just to give a distinguishing factor between service transparency and access to data and costs, and how direct sales and ad tech play at each other. So on a service level, I was mentioning earlier that there's a relationship with a client. On a one-to-one basis, you develop the relationship, you can negotiate prices, you have repeat business. There's known data around that. Versus ad tech, where there's no relationship with the buyer, and there's no chance for repeat buys. When you pull a report specifically for open exchange on open web, you actually get a couple of advertisers that you recognize, but most of them, especially they call it tail, is unspecified or unknown. On the transparency and access to data, from a direct point of view, data is available, retained, ensure better audience targeting. There's higher brand safety for clients because you can put ads around certain items within your environment, and you can control the inventory quality and performance of those advertising. However, even though you can put restrictions in place for open web advertising, it requires additional monitoring because you can't control everything that comes through. You only allocate the inventory, like I said, into the exchange, and what you get is what you get. Inventory quality and performance is not guaranteed on open exchange. When it comes to costs, internally we can control costs like we want, and it's largely fixed, so it doesn't. We can protect our profit margins on the CPM rates. When it comes to costs on the ad tech stack, there's a variability in it, and I've explained that it has a long line of people that have to take a bite at the cherry, from advertiser all the way through publisher. Can move on, Sam. So the emergence of ad tech has helped advertisers find better ways of matching requirements with the audience out there. And it has provided publishers with larger audience reach and better audience targeting and finding integration. However, for publishers specifically, the advantages far outweigh the opportunities. Because of the multitude of buyers and a concentrated pool of intermediaries that facilitate those buyers, revenues to publishers are being eroded, as I've mentioned earlier. The open marketplace revenues are shared through many stages to get served along, and ad serving fees are even added on top of that. Automatic filling of ad units through an exchange takes away the relationship building and negotiation aspect of making a sale. Publisher can set prices at various levels, floor prices, optimized pricing in the web environment. However, once you get the inventory and it's through targeting and price, publishers essentially get what they get, and they are price takers. When you're competing on scale with Google, I mean, when I even speak about scale, it's probably funny because, I mean, I mentioned earlier is that we do almost half of what Google does in impressions. Ishmael has alluded to as well, 5.2 billion impressions Google gets only from our content, and we get a paltry 5% through. It's atrocious. Also, because of this and this environment, and because of the ecosystem and Google putting this whole ecosystem out of balance, it provides less opportunity to monetize content. Lastly, the user experience is vital for having a functioning news site. And if you can't manage the type of advertising that comes through to your news site, you're going to be found wanting. So the monitoring of that costs money, it costs time, and that's what the open market has for you. It gives you inventory or advertising that you can't control. So the impact of ad tech, and specifically the way it provides Google with a dominant position, throws the ecosystem out of balance. Larger publishers can mitigate some of the effects by selling directly to clients. However, smaller publishers are at the mercy of the ecosystem and get what they get. Get what they get at the end of the value chain. Effectively, publishers become puppets on a string, and they have to dance the music of big tech. I'll now hand over to Charlene Rolls.
Thank you. So I just want to give a bit of background. Until a few months ago, I was the editor of You magazine, and I've been working in editorial for nearly 20 years as a journalist, as a rewriter, and then as an editor. And for the past few months, I've been working on our AI initiatives, and particularly generative AI, because it is something that is so new and so big that it required a bit of focus. And just for the purposes of this conversation, because there are so many different definitions of artificial intelligence, when I talk about generative AI, I'm talking about technology like ChatGPT and Google Gemini, where as the name suggests, the tech can generate something entirely new, like images, video, audio, or text, just with the question or an instruction. And the reason I've been seconded into this role is because this is a significant moment for us as a media business, as a media industry, as a society actually. It is as seismic as the invention of the internet. And it has already changed how content is created, how it's distributed, how it's consumed. and we need to be aware of what that means for us. So you can go to the next slide, thank you. And the growth of these tools, I mean, 2 years ago, this didn't really exist in the consciousness. The growth of these tools, it's unprecedented. ChatGPT, which is made by OpenAI, within a year of launching, it already had 100 million weekly users. Microsoft Bing, which was a search engine, integrated Gen AI into search, now has 1.3 billion monthly users. That is not insignificant. And I'll talk a little bit in a minute about how it's going to impact our subscription revenue, our advertising revenue. But the point is that it is a profound moment for us. And if the makers of these tools are allowed to go unchecked, it could absolutely have got catastrophic consequences for us as an industry, but also for society. If we lose revenue, that means job losses. It means fewer publications that can hold people to account, fewer publications that can offer a diversity of content which South Africans deserve, fewer publications that can contribute to our economy. And the winners in this conversation, it's the makers of these models, these global digital giants. We don't know exactly how large this market is going to be, but I think it's safe to say it's not going to be shrinking. The Boston Consulting Group estimates that by next year, 30% of the total AI market will be generative AI. So AI has been around for a long time, and Gen AI is the new kid on the block, but it's already front and center. Statista estimates that by 2030, 729 million people will use AI tools. In South Africa, the size of the market this year already is worth $698 million, and by 2030 it will go up to $2.4 billion. So that is not nothing. Go to the next slide, then. So we don't know how big, how many South Africans use generative AI tools, but Salesforce did a survey of about 4,000 people, in full-time workers in different industries, and some of the statistics might share insight into the usage. So 73% of the Indian population use AI tools. In Australia, it's 49%. In the US, 45%. In the UK, 29%. And significantly, 45% of them said that if the AI tools were integrated into things that they use already, they would use it more often. And Google, which is deeply entrenched basically in the lives of everyone that has a digital device and an internet connection, is perfectly poised to exploit the situation. They recently launched Gemini, which is their generative AI tool, and it's already available to anybody with a Google account. And now they are going to launch Google Search Generative Experience. So it's not widely available yet, but it is available under certain constraints, and presumably it is getting ready to roll out widely. So essentially what SGE is like search on steroids. So you'd go in, you'd type your query, but instead of getting the list of links that you used to click through, you'd get the entire answer generated by AI. It's right there. You don't have to go anywhere else. And this is significant for us. It could decimate our industry, because why would you click through to anything if your answer is right there? So Google says that SGE, when appropriate, SGE will show an AI-powered snapshot to help people quickly get an overview of a topic with factors to consider and helpful information. These snapshots serve as a jumping-off point from which people can explore a wide range of content and perspectives on the web. And that sounds lovely. It's very nice. It sounds special, except that we know that this is not going to be a jumping-off point. It is going to be a final destination. Why would you click through if everything is here? You're having a conversation with this thing. There's no need to go anywhere else. Google isn't shy to showcase SGE's functions, so they say it's rooted in the foundations of search, so it will continue to connect people to the richness and vibrancy of content on the web and strive for the highest bar for quality information. Ishmael mentioned earlier that Google doesn't create content, so where do they get this high quality information? Well, we don't know. We would really love to know, but we don't. And Media24 did block web crawlers once we became aware of what was happening. But we don't know at what point they started training, what they had access to, and how much access they had. We wish we really knew. Okay. Okay. So search is going to become increasingly more important to media publishers. It already is. Yeah. Especially with social media companies now clamping down. So Facebook, you might have seen, they're already blocking more and more news distribution, going, we don't want news. They've shut it down in Canada when legal action was taken because Meta doesn't want to pay for publisher content either, and have been making lots of money off it. But pretty much search is going to become even more critical to us. And when it comes to search, Google is the only gorilla in the room, never mind the 800-pound one. So we are very, very concerned about what SGE might do. So it will change how consumers use the internet. So just for some context, people generally use search for 4 reasons, according to SEO firm NewsDash. They use it to navigate to a site. They use it to buy something. They use it to research the thing they want to buy, or they want to find information. And SGE will introduce a new way of searching. It's exploratory searching, where you'll go and you'll ask it a question, you'll give it an instruction, you'll have a nice chat, and you will stay there. You won't go anywhere else. And this is not a speed bump for us. This could decimate our industry entirely, because everything that should be coming to publishers will not go there. BrightEdge, which is also an SEO firm, they estimate that 84% of all search queries on Google will be boosted by Gen AI. And they say that it will have a major impact on more than 40 billion a year in ad revenue that companies spend on search ads. The Marketing AI Institute says this is the search engine's most significant change ever, and represents a tectonic change that will impact every industry, company, and marketer. And a publisher was at a conference discussing the impact of SGE, said they're not so worried about OpenAI because they have millions of users, whereas Google has billions. So it will not be nothing. It will be huge for us. So also just to be clear, we are not against the use of generative AI. I've been seconded into my role so that we can find ways to use the technology. We think it has lots of potential to help us drive efficiencies and innovate and give our audiences excellent journalism. We want to embrace what it can do for us. There are enormous opportunities in terms of automation, content generation, driving subscription models that's best for our audiences. And so we are looking at it and testing and seeing how we can make use of it. But we can't just kind of willy-nilly go in there, because we have responsibility to our audiences, and we have to be cautious and careful about how we roll out this tech in our businesses. So you've already heard about the impact of Google and how it dominates in the ad tech stack, so I'm not going to go into that too much. But just to note that they are going to be rolling out, and have already started rolling out, generative AI tools in their ad enterprise products. And so that means that clients and agencies will be able to use generative AI to develop their campaigns, further locking them into the system that is already quite like vice grip that Google has on that segment. And of course, Meta is also doing something similar. They've also got an AI sandbox now, which is similar. You can do your entire thing in the ecosystem, and it's terrible for publishers. Justin was talking earlier about how it is difficult for us to compete and negotiate directly with clients. We can't engage. The value is eroded. It is this is not a level playing field. We can't possibly compete with scale, with the technology, and the ease with which they are able to do. Okay, so Google is no stranger to being accused of stealing content from publishers, and with SGE and Gemini, it's likely to just get much worse. So the Wall Street Journal reported that publishers will lose between 20 and 40% of website traffic when Google AI rolls out widely. The Atlantic, which is a news and magazine subscription service in the US, they did a model where they checked how AI being integrated into search would affect their business, and they found that 75% of the time users would not click through to the site because the entire answer would be there. So we have a situation where our subscription revenue is impacted, and then we have a situation where our ad revenue is impacted, and now we have a multi-layer problem because also the content that we produce, that we spend lots of money on, is also being used by these companies to train their models. What you're seeing on the screen here is the News Media Alliance, which is an organization in the US. They represent more than 2,200 publishers, including the New York Times. They commissioned research to see how much news content was actually used to train these models. So just for clarity, the Gemini and ChatGPT, it's the product, and they are underpinned by models called large language models. These models are trained on vast data sets that you get online. And what the News Media Alliance was saying is that among that data set, a lot of it was news and media content for which there was no compensation and no credit. So as you can see on this graphic, the red bars represent publisher content that was used to train the models. And of course, we can't be 100% sure because these companies are not telling us, and you also have to wonder why they are so reluctant to share this information. But the News Media Alliance feel confident in saying that they found proof that news and media content was used to train these models. Okay. I don't think anybody is under any illusions here. These companies want to commercialize their products. OpenAI used to be a non-profit, and now they have multiple commercial models. Gemini, Midjourney, Claude, all of these generative AI tools, which either started off free or now have premium packages so that you can get, when you have to pay to get access to everything, right? And it's not wrong that they want to commercialize. They are a business after all. But what is wrong is that they want to commercialize off the back of the work of publishers who have to spend a lot of money. Journalism is not cheap. Good journalism is expensive. And there's no compensation, there's no credit, and that hardly seems fair. Our industry is vulnerable. You know, speakers yesterday spoke about the impact that it's having on journalism. We are scrambling to survive and be sustainable so that we can offer this very valuable role that we play in society and democracy. And at this stage, all we are actually asking is that the makers of these models, that they come clean, that they sit around a table with us and negotiate the use of our content. Like, pay us for what you have taken and what you are making money off. The New York Times is actually, they've gone to court. I'm sure you will be aware of that. We're watching that case closely. That's actually what they are trying to do. They're just saying, you've taken our stuff, pay us for it. Because no one is going to pay for rubbish content. They need high quality content. That is why news is so important to Google. That is why they have been training on news and media content. And there are compensation models that exist. So OpenAI did a deal with Associated Press to train on their archives, and German publisher Axel Springer also did a deal where they said, you can train on our archives, pay us some money, and you can also use of our fresh content, which will be served in ChatGPT search results. So models do exist. And we don't really know about the others. Often these deals are quite confidential, but we do know recently there was a story in Adweek about a Google model where Google is giving publishers, a handful of independent publishers, access to a beta version of a generative AI tool. And in exchange, they get feedback and analytics. The publishers have to use this tool to create content, and Google will pay them a 5-figure sum annually. So I just want to quote something that Google told Adweek about this tool. They say, it's being responsibly designed to help small local publishers produce high-quality journalism using factual content from public data sources like a local government's public information office or health authority. And then significantly, Google says, these tools are not intended to and cannot replace the essential role journalists have in reporting, creating, and fact-checking their articles. And yet, given everything that we have just seen, we realized that SGE, the search generative experience, is going to do just that. Thank you.
Adrian is up next.
Thank you.
There's Adrian. He's raring to
Hi.
go.
Thank you very much, Ismet. Thank you, Chair and panel. So, Anne, if you can please show my slides.
Adrian, we have your
Yes.
slides in the room. So
Oh, I see myself on the screen. Okay.
Hold on just
No worries. I remember what they are.
Hold on a second, Adrian. Let's just get the... Okay, we're good to go? Right, we're good to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Ishmael. Thanks. Good morning to the chair and the panel. Great to be here. I would like to just take a few minutes to talk about the impact of misinformation and disinformation, or colloquially what we refer to as fake news, on the newsroom. So you've heard about the impact of the big platforms on our company, sustainability and AI, and now I want to bring it back to the heart of journalism, which is the newsroom. Thanks, Suan. So the first time that the fake news phenomenon really hit us very hard was about 7 years ago, when newsrooms around the country was investigating what is now known as the Gupta leaks. Many publications in the country, including News24, collaborated on unpacking this massive data leak, which showed the heart of state capture between former President Zuma, the Gupta family, and others. And in response to our exposés that were published on a daily basis in 2017, there was a sophisticated disinformation campaign launched by the subjects of our reporting using the social digital media platforms to target and weaponize social media against the journalists involved. And this was just one example of the kind of graphics that we were bombarded with on a daily basis, targeting specific journalists, specific editors from a range of publications that was doing this brilliant agenda setting and historic investigative journalism. We woke up every morning to facing these images. A lot of these images included female colleagues being sexualized in these fake news images. We would later on hear and learn that Bell Pottinger in the UK was enlisted to devise the strategy, so-called white monopoly capital strategy, as an almost counterintelligence campaign to target journalists doing their work. But in real time, the Facebooks of the world, the Twitters of the world, or X, distributed these images liberally and gave the space and the platform without any repercussion or any responsibility to distribute these images targeting the work we were doing. Thank you, Suan. Colleagues, I would like to just talk about a number of the issues impacting journalism in this world. Firstly, mis and disinformation and the proliferation of fake news vastly diminishes the trust placed in news and journalism. You heard yesterday from my colleagues at SANEF and elsewhere that trust remains at the heart of journalism. If there's no trust, there's no journalism. And at News24, we pride ourselves on producing trusted journalism. Therefore, we've been awarded named the most trusted news source in South Africa by the Oxford Reuters Institute for the past 5 years. We believe, and I believe firmly, that the proliferation of fake news items that come up in your Google searches or come via your Facebook stream or on your Twitter feed diminishes that trust in news. You would hear people these days saying, oh, well, we can't trust the journalism or we can't trust the news based on some of these articles they are seeing in their feeds produced by non-traditional and non-properly regulated publishers. Secondly, is that the digital platforms still reward the race to the bottom. And what I mean by this is that clicks are still king in many of these platforms. What we're seeing is that now, where previously in the era of newspapers, there was a prohibitive cost of running a newspaper, of putting out quality journalism, today we see that any person with an internet connection and a laptop can start a publication. And for them to make a few bucks, and as you've seen in our written presentation to the Commission, there are places in countries like obscure places like Macedonia where there are these fake news factories where young guys in their 20s sit with their laptops, produce these absolutely fake stories that are then fed into the biases of social media platforms, and they are remunerated richly through their Google ad management accounts. Thirdly, the fragmentation of the news ecosystem. Many traditional publishers just did not survive. They couldn't compete with the likes of Google and Facebook, and they had to close down. And what we have seen is that only a few traditional news publishers have made the jump into the digital era, but that it's now open to anyone who distributes fake news to call themselves a publisher or a podcaster and put out the information. They don't have to be a subscriber to the South African Press Code. They don't have to be part of a self-regulatory forum, and they can publish what they call journalism. Fourthly, the weaponization of social media, and I will show you a recent example in a few minutes. We have seen specifically our women journalists and women colleagues in our newsrooms being targeted, specifically those reporters who write about corruption or politics in the South African current affairs system, where the faces of women journalists are often used in, as I previously said, sexualized positions or positions of insubordination, or even dressed in prison clothes, to attack these journalists and to dissuade them and abuse them and intimidate them from their reporting. Thanks, Johan. Chair and panel, we have the shrinking revenue that you've heard about in front of these hearings have a real life impact on our newsrooms. When I started out in journalism 20 years ago, I worked at a regional newspaper in Gauteng, and I walked into a very well-staffed, very well-resourced newspaper newsroom, which had beat reporters across not only the main beats like crime, court, and politics, but, for example, had an aviation reporter, had a competition commission reporter, someone who would specifically specialize in covering these kind of proceedings. Today, our teams are much smaller. Our reporters are required to be generalists, to be able to go from a crime story to a court story to a competition commission story. Luckily, at News24 being the biggest and now having a subscription model, we've been able to invest back in our newsroom. But we are still not a far shot from those days of newspapers with thoroughly staffed newsrooms and senior and experienced beat reporters. Chair, we've also seen the proliferation of fake news, which necessitates fact-checking. So these days, if you receive a photo or a video over WhatsApp, or even a press release, or even lately a court document, you have to go and fact-check that document, have to make sure that it's the voice of the person that it claims to be, have to make sure that the person in the video is the real person it's claiming to be before you can publish. And Chair, ultimately what this means is that quality journalism will land up behind paywalls to survive. As Ishmet has explained, that necessitated News24 to put up a subscription service because simply we couldn't sustain a quality newsroom relying on advertising alone. This is just one small example on that slide of those fake news stories I spoke about. One can chuckle about the headline, but this is just one small example of which there are millions on the internet, on these sites, which then make their money from showing ads that is remunerated by Google and the like. Next slide. Colleagues, this is a slide showing specifically the abuse one of my colleagues, Karen Morn, suffered. Karen has been reporting on the Jacob Zuma corruption case, as you may well know, and she was then, a private prosecution was brought against her by former President Zuma in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. Despite the abuse of that case, the pure fact that this case was brought, which we had subsequently won in the higher courts of the land, there was another form of abuse that Karen had to suffer, which was on social media platforms, mainly X/Twitter, but also through Facebook and the Meta platforms. We've asked some social data analysts to plot this for us and show us the activity around the circles targeting Karen. And what you see on the left is really just a graphical presentation of the very organized and impactful way in which the so-called RET community on Twitter or X used to campaign against Karen. They sent posts like the one on the top right, which shows Karen in prison robes. They shared that thousands of times across multiple Twitter accounts that are linked on that platform X. And Chair, despite our best and valiant attempts to report these tweets to X, nothing of substance has ever been done in attempts to shut down these accounts. From time to time, you are lucky, Twitter would freeze an account, but the next day the same person would have a new account running, continuing spreading this hate and denigrating our journalists on their platforms. Bottom right is just another example of one of the messages that we have to contend with on an almost daily basis, where we are accused of corruption by those people who we write about and their supporters. Thank you. Suan? This is quite a shocking example that I recently found. Charlene, my colleague, spoke about the power and the risk and the dangers of generative AI. So last week, The Citizen, which is a competitor publication to News24, published the story on the left-hand side of the screen. The subject of the story is Chancellor House, the legal offices of former President Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo in downtown Johannesburg. And these offices are now in a state of dilapidation, and they are not in a great shape. And the Johannesburg Heritage Council put out a statement, which The Citizen turned into a news report. A few hours later, a website called BNN News, which is completely AI-driven, hosted in Hong Kong, and have no human journalists working for it, put out a story based completely on The Citizen's article, even taking their photo that they used under a fake byline, with much of the information just rewritten in a slightly different way, with some extra information drawn off open websites on the internet in a news publication format. So this just shows the starkly, I think, the risks of the digital platforms in further plundering the content that our journalists go and collect by leaving the office, phoning their sources, actually going out there, taking pictures, etc. Thanks, Suan. Yes, this is my final slide. I think this is quite a stock image which I use from First Draft News, one of the big websites out there in the States that really monitors misinformation across the world. And I think for me the power of this image is it shows the megaphone. It shows how news and content is communicated to the world today. And that this is really still the role of professional and properly trained and quality journalists to be able to filter all the messages coming in from the anonymous web, from closed networks, from conspiracy communities and social media. But you still need the watchdog of society. You still need the gatekeepers to check the information, to check the facts, to filter videos, sound, audio, imagery before it goes out to the public. I'm afraid, Chair, that if that top part of professional media falls away or becomes much smaller, if gaps appear in that front of the megaphone, then the consequences for democracy could be dire. Thank you very much.
If we may, a few concluding remarks. So in summary, Google's dominance and its detrimental effect on press freedom is indisputable, which is ultimately bad for everyone, even for Google. A recent independent study by the FIR Group in Switzerland draws several conclusions about the digital information ecosystem, particularly focusing on the role of Google and journalistic content. And despite being conducted by a team of independent, super smart researchers and supported by similar studies elsewhere in the world, Google obviously disputes the outcome because it doesn't suit their narrative. The highlights of the reports are users prioritize high quality, trustworthy, and comprehensive information from diverse sources, with Google being the most used search engine. The integration of journalistic content into Google search results is highly valued by users, leading to increased satisfaction and a higher likelihood of users staying within the Google ecosystem. The study highlights a major imbalance in the revenue distribution between Google and media content providers, with Google retaining the lion's share of online traffic and revenue, not dissimilar to what we presented today. A fair and market-oriented revenue distribution is deemed essential for a sustainable digital ecosystem. The study underscores the importance of fair compensation for all stakeholders in the digital ecosystem to maintain its societal benefits, especially in light of emerging AI and chat-based systems that could introduce new competition for Google. In summary, journalistic content is a significant factor in user satisfaction and search successes on Google, and a more equitable sharing of revenue generated from media-related searches is necessary for the long-term health of the digital information ecosystem. So in a nutshell, Google clearly benefits from our content, and all we're asking for is to be fairly compensated so that we can continue to fulfill our constitutionally enshrined duty. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Media24 team. That was a very impactful presentation and got into the key issues. Thank you so much. I think we might start from the back and work our way to the front, if that's okay. But Paula, do you want to?
Maybe start with perhaps with Adrian's presentation.
Sorry, Chair, I cannot hear Paula.
Adrian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Ishmet.
Again? Okay, I'll swap. Adrian, can you hear that? Oh, yeah.
Yes, thanks, Paula.
Okay, good. Thank you. I was just saying that your comments regarding the targeting of journalists echoed what was said yesterday by Sanef. We just wanted to get some more detail on that in terms of what kind of action did you guys, did Media24 take, and whether you actually engaged the platforms and what their response was regarding that.
So what we do, Paula, it is simply put, it's impossible to respond to every piece of hateful or denigrating comment on social media. What we have done so far is when we see, when these social media analysts give us this research, and it's clear that there's a kingpin in the system, and I'm specifically referring to the X platform now, because that's really the one used in South Africa for distribution of hateful content and attacks of and abuse of journalists. We then try to get that that messenger or that user disbanded or suspended or even blocked by X. Like I said to you, sometimes it works, sometimes not. I have reported personally what clearly, in my view and in our lawyers' view, was death threats leveled at me, which wasn't blocked by Twitter, as it was then called. So we haven't more fully engaged with Twitter. I must also just say, just from an editor's perspective, trying to stay in touch with these companies is an almost impossibility. From time to time, they have a country representative or a regional EMEA representative who would who would, reach out, but it is really few and far between. Specifically, Twitter or X has not taken any interest in corresponding or communicating with News24 in, I must say, probably the past 6 to 7 years. Definitely in this period of state capture and in the wake of that. So no, we haven't formally taken X to court or anything like that. And the few occasions where we've tried to make contact, the communication and the response was non-existing or very poor.
Well, if I may add to that, I think that certainly from what I've witnessed firsthand, the impact on our journalists, and I've seen it with Karen Moore, is it's devastating. In fact, this kind of wickedness which plays out, particularly on the likes of X, it doesn't only impact on journalists. It's from what I've seen, it also has a massive impact on whistleblowers, and particularly female whistleblowers. And we can sort of pretend otherwise and couch it in nice terms, but the fact of the matter is that Twitter, and particularly since Elon Musk has bought the company, is I think his idea and his version of free speech is free speech and open dialogue and all of those kinds of things. I think it's slightly removed not only from reality but also from common decency. And I don't believe that as media companies, and particularly as a tiny little media company in South Africa, it's going to make any difference to his approach. In fact, you guys are experiencing that firsthand with him simply refusing to appear at the hearings.
Thank you. I just want to take that one more question related to that. I mean, we noted that SANEF is partnering with the IEC on elections coverage on Google, Meta, and TikTok, and we're wondering why only the elections and not beyond the elections.
I think Commissioner Frey, the point was here that it was a very specific event. Elections are one of those areas that are fraught with fake news and disinformation. If we juggle our minds back to the Cambridge Analytica scandal in the United States in, was it 2016, with the election of Donald Trump for the first term, where Facebook was completely used and abused by Cambridge Analytica to impact that election. So I think elections really present a specific fraud opportunity for fake news proliferation, and that's why this project was initiated.
Maybe, Adrian, I just wanted to pick up one question on that, which was, I mean, you've said, and Ishmael has also made emphasis that you've been forced behind a paywall. How does that impact on the verification of information in the public domain and for the public consumption? I mean, I think you've said you've had to increase your fact-checking, and that's almost partly why you've had to do that in the era of AI-generated content and misinformation. But is there a risk that paywall strategies could also, for at least a broad set of the public, leave them unprotected against misinformation and disinformation?
Chair, I'm afraid that is so. The News24 only introduced a paywall in the year 2020, which is 22 years after News24 was established. So News24 was established in 1998. And for 22 years, we published our news for free on the internet. Of course, long before that, we saw other publications like the New York Times globally bringing in a subscription model, which does seem to be a more sustainable form of journalism. But I agree with you, and I think Ishmael also made the point that, smaller publications who purely rely on digital advertising will not be able to survive, and definitely not to produce quality, fact-checked, verified journalism. To produce just one piece of journalism, one story, requires at least 4 people. a reporter to go out, a news editor to fact check, copy check, a sub editor to do the spelling and grammar, and then a publisher, someone to publish and package that story on a digital platform. Journalism isn't cheap. Journalism is expensive, and quality journalism is even more expensive. So I do agree that, you know, and obviously the public broadcaster comes into this conversation, and they can speak for themselves when it's their turn, but it does deprive the public from free, independent quality media if everyone is ultimately going to land up with a subscription service. Jay, if I may just clarify on my previous answer to Ms. Frey, is that SANEF as an organization isn't actually part of that agreement with the platforms. It is individual publishers. News24 is not part of that as well. So it's just a few individual publishers who agreed to cooperate with Google and the IC.
And I assume, I mean, the main reason for platforms is that there would hopefully be some cooperation on removing disinformation and misinformation during this period.
Indeed, Chair. I am reminded of a discussion I once had with a Facebook South African representative, a debate around what is fake news or not. And the debate became quite obscure at times, but it is, you know, to the benefit of that person. I mean, there are people in those companies who want to try and rid their platforms of fake news and misinformation. It is certainly not a priority. It is certainly not a priority of them to ensure that quality, trusted news media is top of the list.
Yeah, and I see that X is also not part of that initiative. Do you think that has implications, given what you've raised about the abuse of your journalists and X being one of the main platforms you said that occurs on, going into the elections?
Indeed, Chair. I think of all the platforms, X is probably the least communicative or involved. I haven't had contact with them in the past 6 or 7 years. And there has been no willingness, there's been no reach out. Yeah, in the meanwhile, this attacks are continuing, and we just try and get them blocked, like a bit of a game of whack-a-mole, but it's not very successful.
I think, James, to answer Adrian, sorry, to answer your question more directly, the proliferation of abuse and intimidation and all of those kinds of things, I can guarantee you it will happen largely on Twitter, and you can watch it unfold during the elections.
And maybe moving to some of the AI aspects, because there's also, I suppose, interfaces as well. And you know, I think this is challenging for everyone, and certainly for us too. But Charlene, you had mentioned that there were studies done in the US around drops in traffic, and seeing, I think you said 20 to 40%. Has News24 or Media24 Group assessed their own traffic in this period and whether they are being impacted or not?
So I think it's still a little bit too early for us to say. So SGE hasn't rolled out widely in South Africa yet. And Gemini is also fairly newish. So we are not likely to see it now yet. I think in the next few months, we'll be able to see a difference. But at this point, we haven't really noted a significant change in our traffic as a result of tools like Gemini and SGE.
Yes, not yet.
I mean, the reason I ask, I'm quite interested. You put up a slide, and I don't know if we can get it back, but it was your slide 12 where you looked at, and Ishmael, you talked about your share. You had 20 million, I think, traffic coming from your site. But what is interesting about that slide is from August 23 to December, the total impressions, I think we can maybe get back to it. So there we go. At the beginning of the year, you're looking at about 100 million. It sort of fluctuates up and down, but it's still there by August, and then it drops down to about 75 million. I mean, that's a huge drop in 3 months. And what would you ascribe that to?
That's a good question and well observed there. I think there's a number of factors, including news values and all of those kinds of things. I think news consumption peaked during COVID, and that's just a fact all around the world. But James, what you're looking at there is, in my view, it's the impact of a paywall in August. It was August, Justin, August, September, when we
Around that, October.
yeah, we ended up locking most of our or far more of our content behind a paywall, and there you go. You know, that's when I talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. Here you see it playing out, because we need to. The advertising revenue is declining. We need to get money from somewhere. News24 has gone into a loss. We have to we lock more content behind the paywall, and we end up with a smaller audience, and a smaller audience to monetize from an advertising perspective. Exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, and that was a question I had just on paywall. I mean, you're trying to balance loss of advertising with revenue, but just on monetization of referrals. So if I get see one of your stories, I hit on it, and I get a paywall, and I'm not a subscriber, do you get any advertising revenue? The bounce back from that, does that impact how you then profile on search or other?
James, I promised myself that I wasn't going to pretend to know things that I don't. So we either get back to you on that, or otherwise, perhaps Justin can answer that.
I have a part answer for that, James, is that if it does come through as a referral and you hit the paywall, depends on how the ad blueprint looks. So if your ad blueprint has an ad unit on that referral, then you'll get it. If you don't, then you don't.
Thank you. And I mean, the only last comment I would make on this is you're not the only one seeing a drop in traffic. So, I mean, the 25 million in 4 months is not just you. The one question I had, Charlene, and I don't know, tomorrow we have Professor Moriarty from University of Pretoria coming to talk to us on AI and educate us. But I did have just this, trying to get this understanding of the crawler that comes through. And you said that you've blocked this crawler. And I suppose I had a few questions on that, maybe going to, as I understand AI, and we'll try expand on it, is you've got the basic model, so that would be your ChatGPT, which is limited in time. It's then integrated into products, as you say, and when it's integrated into those products, it uses information from those products. So it might be integrating your email, it's looking through your email or your calendar and doing things to help you. But when it's integrated into search, it uses the index search database of Google or Microsoft. And so there's almost a model training and there's a real time. When you're blocking AI, what are you blocking it from? Both or just one?
So I'm going to try to explain it like a U magazine editor, because the technicalities are sometimes it's hard to get into. So tools like ChatGPT and Gemini are built on models. The model for Gemini, for example, is called POM2. The model for ChatGPT is GPT 3.5 or GPT 4. So these models are, if you imagine walking into a library, you'd be able to scan all of the books in that library. That is what the models do. That is what the web crawlers do. They go and they scan the internet. These models have to have large data sets for it to be able to generate responses or images or video. And when we block the web crawler, we say, well, you can't take our content. That just means that it can't get anything from our sites. Incidentally, the same model that SGE will use is the model that drives traffic to our sites. So if we block SGE, we block traffic to our sites. I mean, that's horrible. Like, we have to choose. Like, we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. So these models are constantly being updated. So when ChatGPT first launched, they had only trained the model, say GPT 3.5 at that point. It had trained up until 2021, I think it was. But recent models, and these models are evolving quite quickly, recent models are now in real time. So, and that was significant for us, because up until that point, we could still give fresh content. People would still have to come to us for that. And now they don't, because if you go into ChatGPT right now, especially as a paid subscriber, and you ask for something, you can get up-to-date information from that tool. So these models are constantly being trained. They're constantly looking for fresh sources. They need more and more libraries. They need more and more books, because they need to keep their content up to date for people who want to use it all the time. And that's just going to get worse. So if we block it, we lose traffic. With OpenAI, it's slightly different, I think, because they are not necessarily integrated into search. So how Gemini, which is the tool, is integrated into search, it's a double whammy. With ChatGPT, you have to go to a closed app or the website, however much you're accessing. That's not necessarily integrated into search yet. But OpenAI and Microsoft obviously have a relationship, so there is a connection there. But Google owns everything in their ecosystem: the generative AI, the model, the tool, and the search engine to distribute that content.
I said yesterday that part of the purpose of the hearings is educating the public and ourselves, and I think having a U magazine editor helps, certainly in demystifying it. I mean, from the research you've done, is the bigger threat the search versus the chatbot? And that may be a complex question, but I mean, the chatbot, as you said, may be OpenAI, the search may be Bing, that might integrate some of that. But are people likely to start going to the chatbot, or they're just going to use the search?
So, James, if you think about your own media or your own digital consumption, how you use. So, if I say to you now, James, you need to, if we really want the answer to that, let's go and search for an answer. We're going to go to Google, right? Search is absolutely critical to the dissemination and distribution of information. The combination of search and generative AI, that is the potent mix. So absolutely, ChatGPT is being used, but it is not necessarily being used in especially the free version. People are still kind of actively having to go and making a conscious effort to go and use the tool. With search, you don't even think about it. It's like, I wonder about this thing, and you go and search for it. And then you're going to have everything there. And then you're going to say, oh, but okay, I like this, or I don't like this, but let me also ask it this. And then you stay there. It's like chatting to your friend. Search it's just part of how we are in this day and age. Chatbots, where you actively have to go and use it, there's a little bit more friction. With search, there's no friction. And so it's the search plus the generative AI that's lethal for us.
And I think a question I had, it was interesting that you'd put up the slide that said, look, why do you go to search? And you might be looking for a product. But the impact of SGE and the Bing Copilot, do you think it's going to differ depending on what people are searching for? And I raise this just because if I'm looking for a product, I might ultimately want to go buy something, which means I actually have to go through on news whether this is sufficient or not. And just linked to that is how you've seen people's behavior on snippets and even on your own website, how people browse or click through. So
are you asking me about how it will impact?
So I probably loaded too many questions here. So let's just start with, do you think news is going to be impacted differently to some of the others, like e-commerce or product search, or me looking? Your example was going on a travel with my children and
Yeah.
which place.
Yes. I think it will be different, but it won't be any less impactful. When you're going to, so Google also has a shopping tab, so you can search for things already and you get a list of things you can shop. So the e-commerce experience, I think that's also going to be hit quite hard. But the thing about news and information is that it is so integrated into everything and how you consume content, what you think about. What we do is to help people understand their world. We inform, we educate, we help people make sense of their lives, especially in a world where information is so overwhelming. When you have tools like this, you actually remove the ability of what we do is say, here is some trusted information for you. And when that just becomes a big blur in a generative AI box, which is not always trustworthy, consumers might not necessarily know that difference. So for news, it will be bad because everything that we will have offered people is now suddenly going to be there. And search engines like Microsoft, Bing, it's growing in popularity for a reason. It's still tiny, but it's because people can get all that information there, information that they would have found on our sites. News24 is home to multiple brands. It's home to news brands, it's home to magazine brands, community news. There's a lot of valuable information and content that sits within News24. And now what? No one is going to come directly to it because they're going to get the valuable information, but not via us.
I did have a question on also the general crawling. I think you, as I understand, and this is a paywall question, and hopefully you're able to answer it, but it's quite technical. I mean, as I understand, if you put up a paywall, you can block the crawler. So you've got this robots exclusion, I think they call it. But then also there's less information to send back to make that post more rank higher and be relevant. So there are options to allow the crawler to crawl all your content and still have a paywall, but then it's getting access to all your content in order. So how does News24 or Media24 engage with that? Do you still allow full access, or do you just block it at the paywall?
So there are different crawlers. So different crawlers do different things. And so say OpenAI says this is the crawler that we use to scrape for our model, and we go, no, that's not okay, so we can block that crawler. If Google says this is the crawler that we're using, and it's the same crawler that we go for search traffic, that's a different conversation. And whatever commercial agreements we have, we go, well, what does this mean for our business? And I don't know if you want to go into more detail about that, but all crawlers are not equal, and how we engage with each crawler depends on the relationship we have with whoever is doing the crawling.
Justin, you want to add to that? No? Okay.
And I mean, you mentioned this sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So, I mean, you've taken this position. Do you think it's a sustainable long-run decision? I mean, you've bet on your paywall, you've kind of chosen, but as you rightly point out, if SGE is going to grow and you're not there, is that worse?
James, it's very difficult. Like it's the rock hard place. All the idioms. We don't have the dominance. We don't have equal power to say, well, this is what we want. How we decide, should we do it, should we not do it, that is a bigger commercial conversation that I think Ishmael actually should take this one.
James, I think that I don't know if you recall the slide where we had where Gemini, it was Gemini, that was where they were accessing the information from.
It was multiple models.
There we go. Multiple models, Charlene says. Included in those, included in that list, if my memory serves, was the New York Times, which the New York Times' content is predominantly blocked. I think the truth of the matter is, in my view, is that I think they're crawling our content even behind a paywall. Okay, I don't know. We don't know. This is one of the questions that we've asked Google in our Paya application, which they've, as I mentioned earlier on, they flatly refused. So hopefully you have better luck than what we do in trying to get the truth out of them.
And also just add on the New York Times how they found this white paper, found that the data sets that these models train on, sometimes they used archived material, and archived material from paywalls then become available to these models. This is something that is new to us, kind of trying to understand how technically that works, but that is what this white paper found, that this data set included archival content from like the New York Times, which was actually paywalled content.
Can I ask a question of clarification? Is all Media24 content behind a paywall? No.
Yeah, it's in the case of in the case of News24 or Media24, as you would have seen earlier on, we do have a couple of sites. The vast majority of News24's content is behind a paywall. The community newspaper, local news content isn't, and that's generally free in any case. Likewise for Netwerk24, all of Netwerk24 content behind a paywall, again, except for the community newspapers, which is available for free. And then the other one I mentioned was SNL24, which is there we're busy scaling that publication. So the vast majority of the content in front of a paywall. For Landbou Weekblad, it's a small audience, sort of a niche product that's with the vast majority of the content behind the paywall. And Paula, the point there is that, and you would have seen on the slide, no paywall. We don't have a business model. It's as simple as that.
Can I ask one last question on AI, and Adrian, you may also have a comment, but I mean, it seems one of the value propositions of the media is not just facts, it's also the commentary, expert analysis, stringing the story together of how this fits, and I mean, as we move to this AI and the AI threat, I mean, what is the threat to that sort of part of journalism and the investigative part, but even just the expert commentary that happens around that, if people are getting their news from AI summaries?
John, do you want to take that one?
Sure, thanks, Charlene. Absolutely, Chair. I think it's a real threat. In fact, in the past 2 hours, I was sent an article from this BNN breaking news AI-driven newsroom in Hong Kong that I referred to in my slide, that took a News24 article and turned it into, or took a News24 column and turned it into an article by using AI. So obviously it's something that has got a massive risk for us, because, if you write a piece of analysis on a party's election manifesto, you sit with that as a human being for a few hours and you unpack it and you speak to experts and you read up on the previous manifestos and you look at stats, essay numbers, etc., to write a piece of informed journalism. I think AI could possibly write a decent story from a set of weather reports, but I think it's going to struggle to bring that nuance, and that curation is really what we are about in building the trust.
Thanks, Adrian. All right, another. I hope you're as good as the YouTube editor in explaining things, Justin. So you made a point which I think just was important to me about the central role of the ad server, Because often when we're thinking about ad tech stack, we're thinking these SSPs, DSPs, ad exchanges, but the server sits there. And as I understand, you're not going to have two servers, you're going to have one.
Yes.
I mean, maybe if you could just unpack for me a bit why Google Ad Manager, what are the alternatives at that layer? And then I've got some other questions related to that.
Sure. So let me start with maybe why Google Ad Manager. As I mentioned in, I think, the value add or the value chain slide, is that Google is vertically integrated throughout the whole chain. So in other words, if you don't use Google as your central manager of your inventory and being able to pull that inventory in or the requests in, I mean, you're going to be dead in the water. You're not going to be able to get those requests through, because the advertisers on their ad server side is also using Google as a product. And that ecosystem that flows from the advertiser side all the way through to the publisher side is entrenched with Google as well. So you can use different ones as well, but most of South Africa is all using Google as their SSP and ad server as well.
So there are alternatives.
Alternatives, I would have to get back to you with the alternatives. On the SSP side, I know, like I mentioned, is Magnite and Index Exchange, but on ad server itself, not really. I'll get back to you around that.
Yeah, because we're constantly told this is highly competitive, loads of players.
No, definitely
hundreds,
not.
But I wanted to just check at each point of the chain.
Sure.
So
we don't know the shares, sorry I'm interrupting, but we don't know the share of what Google has in every part, because like I said, they a closed box. But there's been studies around in different countries where they estimated, and it can go up to, on ad server base, as high as 96%, for example. In the ad exchange, as high as 50%. As well, they're estimating it across in different geographies.
no, that certainly is useful, and I think we also have Google coming, and we can ask them. But I think hearing from you what the alternatives. I mean, you then said, look, tapping into the rest of the ecosystem. I mean, has been talk about the interoperability. You can use some other SSPs, as they call them, to go and fetch advertising for you. But does it work better with the Google products than it does with some of the other SSPs?
Google just has much more scale, and that's the reason. So there's much more availability if you're using Google. So if you use the others, it's limited. And we don't use the others as a platform. They actually plug into GAM or Google Ad Manager on our behalf.
All right, so you don't go actively look for them?
No. We actually do, but we don't use it as a platform. So Magnite and Index Exchange, as I mentioned, for example, we don't use that platform itself, but it'll plug into, it'll integrate into our Google Ad Manager, which is our central point.
And where do you get most of your successful bids? So I understand these SSPs go and try and sell your inventory, and whichever one, if you've got a few others plugged in, whichever one comes up with the best bid gets the business.
Yes.
And I mean, it may be confidential, but sort of orders of magnitude, where does most of that come from?
I mean, which SSPs most?
Yeah.
Definitely Google. I mean, because the others are tiny.
And what is it about them? I mean, I thought these SSPs are just sort of trying to have an exchange that sells stuff. I mean, why do they get less business?
I can't answer that, James, unfortunately.
Right. We do have some ad tech coming, and we can ask them that. I mean, you mentioned that there's sort of then the demand side and the campaign manager. I mean, although there's an auction at some point, are there relationships that exist between these DSPs and SSPs, or DSPs and advertisers? I mean, we've heard that some specialize. There might be e-commerce ones, but it seems it's not just this sort of auction. There are relationships that happen.
So between DSP and SSP, I can't comment on those relationships, but definitely advertiser DSP. Because advertisers use the DSPs to bid on their behalf in the ad exchange. There are a couple that, like for example, Adform, that they, I think they are with Vodacom, if I'm not mistaken. So they are a DSP for Vodacom, for example, and we've tried them out as well, with little success.
They might still bid on your
Yes.
inventory, so they'll
Yes,
come and they'll
that's
place
correct.
their bid.
Because they have a certain set of advertisers or clients that sits with them, and then they use those to bid for inventory.
All right, so Vodacom wouldn't necessarily, and obviously you don't work, but advertisers don't necessarily use multiple DSPs. They might choose one, or
They could.
they could, right. The other one is, you briefly mentioned AdSense as an ad network. Maybe if you could just help us and also the public understand what the difference is between an ad network and the other parts of the chain.
So the SSP is one entity, if I can call it that, so sell-side platform, so one thing. Ad network is a bundle of SSPs or different sell-side parts of it. And what it effectively does, it collates and pools all the different inventories from different SSPs into a pool and manages it from there. So ad networks is actually how the inventory becomes available from various SSPs into the ad exchange. And AdSense will be part of that ad network.
All right, so as I understand then, some of your inventory might be pooled with a whole lot of others' inventory and then sold off to DSPs,
that is
and it
correct.
could be allocated to any one.
That's correct. And then maybe you can get into a programmatic part of it as well. So programmatic broadly, maybe 3 areas you can look at is open exchange. So that means that, in other words, when you put your inventory into a network, everyone can bid on it, or whatever advertiser. Then you get PMPs, which are preferred marketplaces. That means you pick which advertisers you want to bid on. So it's a private marketplace. The next thing is, I think it's interchangeable as well, but guaranteed inventory, meaning it's almost like a direct buy, but you actually guarantee a spot and a rate for an advertiser, but still through the exchange.
And I think the one thing you raised, that you get to see a bit of data about some of the advertisers.
Just repeat that, please.
On your data, who came and put adverts. So you said you see
Sure.
some, and then there's a long tail of unspecified.
Yes. Especially on open exchange. Yeah.
And why is it unspecified?
Not a clue. I can't answer that because we've actually asked that question, and it hasn't been forthcoming. So in other words, if we have a month, so if you take a typical month, and we get, say, 3 or 4 advertisers, we'll see maybe 10. I mean, we can go up to maybe 10. But in the long tail as such, the bulk of the actual money is sitting in unspecified or unknown or uncategorized or whatever the terminology you want to use. And it's very difficult to trace back what's actually landed on your site versus how much money you made from it versus where the advertiser actually comes from.
And I mean, we've been told that sometimes a publisher might, an advertiser might be, sending their ads through an open exchange, and they start seeing that they're landing on, let's take News24, and they see that's doing well, and then they strike up a direct relationship, and you have that. You're saying you're seeing the advertisers doing the opposite, which is they have a direct relationship, and they're saying that I can get it cheaper on an exchange. So I mean, that first category, are you seeing? Because we haven't heard that from a publisher, we've heard that from an ad tech.
You were saying about where they see it's doing one open exchange and then develop a relationship to do that.
Direct, yeah.
It does happen in certain instances. That's if we can identify it, and it's a big enough client. Very seldom, and the client hardly approaches you. You actually have to go approach them to say, "Oh, we've seen you on open exchange. You don't get priority inventory. We'll approach you and do a one-on-one deal to give you priority inventory, and obviously paint a picture in terms of how direct sale would benefit you."
Sorry, I have a lot of questions.
No, go for it.
Because it's the most impenetrable part of this business.
I'll try and answer what I can.
But I think AI is just such a black box that I don't even want to try, I suppose the big question is why this massive difference in the yields? You know, you put up a slide and it was, you know, at least a quarter, if not a fifth of what you're getting. And just help us understand
Yes.
why.
James, it's what Mr. Chair, it's completely down to the scale. So when an advertiser wants to buy inventory, it's not, and it's specifically on open exchange, it's not specific, unless, like I said, it's a guaranteed deal. So then they'll say, oh, I need this audience bucket, or this audience section, or these requirements, and it's spread across everyone that has inventory that has the requirements. So you as the publisher, if you have some of those requirements, you will get some of the advertising, but you won't get the bulk of the spend, not necessarily. And then on top of that, which adds to that, is that it comes down this whole long line of stages. So everyone takes a bit of the actual advertising rate with the advertiser has agreed to, and you get the back end of the yield. So that's the stark difference in terms of leaving it to ad tech stack as such and having the direct deal.
I mean, has it got something to do with the data and information, or the type of advertising? So, you know, as I understand, you've got this sort of, let's say, brand or contextual advertising. So banner on the front page of the newspaper, which is sort of context. It's not necessarily targeting me who's looking for shoes there right now.
Sure.
You've got the me looking for shoes online and some cookie following me around the web.
Yes.
And then it says, oh, if you're going to News24, let me put a shoe ad in front of you. So is it partly the data when you're selling to the advertiser, you're talking about your brand, your context, the quality of your audience, not just some of their demographics, some of their psychographics?
Yes.
And is that available at all for the ad tech? So is this a data story?
It is definitely a data story. So we have our closed system, and we have data, and we have what we have, but Google has infinitely more. and I think that's what we're competing with. It's data and scale at a very, very high level.
I've just said a few themes. We've only got a little time left. I mean, you've talked about sort of AI-enhanced search, talked about search. But I raised yesterday, Google Discover is a different product. And from all the sense we've got, this has become huge. It's on every Android phone. It's a swipe away. And of course, Android phones are the bulk of the phones in the market. I mean, do you have a sense of where your traffic is coming from in Google, that it's so much from news, so much from search, and so much from Discover?
So it's between search and Discover, actually. News, it does give us a bit of referral, but not that much. But you'll see the bulk comes from search and Discover. And Discover actually outweighs in terms of referral versus search. So search, you'll see 4%. Discover is about 6%. So the balance between search and Discover is about 5%.
How do you see the Discover product? I mean, what's your impression of its role within the ecosystem? Because it isn't search, it is not news, but it is a lot of news. You know, how do you see that play?
So I personally think that the Discover product, it keeps you on on the platform, because besides for search, you actually have to do something. So I've got to search for, I've got to search for a topic. With Discover, it's feeding you your habits all the time. So it's keeping you engaged most of the time, and that's why it's generating the amount of impressions that it generates. It's because you keep on just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And I think in our submission as well, we mentioned about that some people are happy with a photo caption and a headline and a bit of a snippet, and they like to comment instead of actually clicking through. And this is why you'll see the low click-through rate on Discover itself, as I mentioned. So people are actually staying in that Discover environment. If you're thinking about it, I think Ishmael said on the search it was 2.3 billion, so about close to 2.8 billion probably comes from Discover. And it just shows you the amount of impressions that sits on that Discover platform versus what we're getting in referral traffic.
James, I think it's fair to say that it's another another one of these altruistic moves by Google that we didn't ask for, that we're not able to monetize directly, but once again caught between a rock and a hard place, because whether it's search, whether it's Discover, we switch that off, we lose 44% of our referral traffic. But again, I say, ultimately, it's to Google's benefit. Google benefits from 95% of the traffic that comes from Discover. And of course, I may be wrong because we don't know; they won't disclose the information.
Because I mean, one can get an impression it's a bit like what a news app tries to do: mixture of entertainment, sport, news.
It looks like your and it looks like your homepage. So it's exactly that.
And that leads me to question, I mean, and follow up from you, Ishmael, about impressions versus click-throughs. But I mean, what is the behavior on your own app in terms of, I'm sure consumers don't click through every story. But do you have a sense, or is this something you'll come back to me on?
That's a very good question, and I must admit I've never. I don't know. Maybe Justin can answer it, but I've never measured it. I sort of give the editors a hard time and say, the sort of the minority of the stories generate the most traffic, but that's just me giving them a hard time. The numbers are available, but I don't know them offhand. We can get back to you on that.
Now, often with these things, and this is certainly a consumer market, you look at how do you do it. You're not necessarily the average person, so you can't use that as the sole evidentiary basis. But when I'm on your app, I'm not reading every story because not every story interests me. But this was where I just wanted to go on. I mean,
James, if I can interrupt you, I think that Adrian is rearing to go there to answer the question. Do you want to answer, Adrian?
Ishmael, I can't give a percentage, but I can tell the chair that the majority of the homepage of News24 is by far the most popular page in our system. So yes, there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of readers who scroll, who has that behavior of scrolling and not clicking through. So that would be a correct assumption, that the majority of our readers scroll and then others click through. But that homepage with the headline and the image is by far the largest page in the system.
Thanks, Adrian. And I suppose where I'm going with this is, I mean, do you think there's value to the ability to scroll? I might be on a short break. Not going to read a lot of stories, but I can at least catch up on. So do you see as News24, when you're looking at that, it's still some value to consumers?
You want to answer that, Adrian?
Yes, absolutely. But that's content that we have created. So, I mean, if you compare News24 to Google Discover, they don't have any journalists, so they don't. I mean, that content in their feed comes from places like News24 and Sunday Times and Daily Maverick. It doesn't come from the Google newsroom, but certainly there is value in that scrolling. It is a wonderful tool for people who quickly want to have a grip on the news. We see that people read differently, so they read a bit more meaty when they wake up, then slightly more over lunchtime, and then they come back in the evenings. We can see that in our page view traffic to dig in a bit deeper into the articles of the day. So I think a lot of our readers' behavior is to scroll throughout the day. But like I said, that stream is full of original content and produced by journalists.
Yeah, and I think you've touched on something that we are interested in, which is consumer behavior, because in all this discussion of value and the like, click-throughs is one measure, which you'd mentioned is not the only measure. But I just want to pick up on what you said now, Adrian. I mean, just again thinking to your own behavior, we will break in 5 minutes before our next person, and in that break, I might pick up my phone and just check if there's anything happening. I mean, how do people engage news? Because the one difference it seems with news is it is fresh content, and we are now used to a constant updating, and that is different to, the history of the Boer War or something, where it's not constantly changing. You may go search once or when you've got a research project. So, I mean, are people dipping in through the day for short periods, as you say, big in the morning? What does it look like?
Yeah, we can see the amount of pages that our readers read, and we can come back to you with the stats on that. Many of our readers read 1 or 2 or 3 pages per day, and I think that's probably mostly the homepage. And then you get others who come back consistently during the day. Our app users, for example, are very loyal. But I'll rather than let's pull that data, Ishmet. It's freely available, the pages per user, and we can put that through. But certainly, if I'm going now into the app, I'll also, like you, will browse through the site, and if there's a big breaking story or something that I'm particularly interested in, I will click on it.
When if related to that, if we could just talk very, very quickly about audience data, and whether you're able to build your own audience data, and what audience data is missing from what you want to what you need.
Story of my life. Extremely limited, as I'm sure you can well believe. But maybe Justin wants to comment on that. As I tell you, that's the biggest problem that we have is audience data.
So my comment is very similar to Ishmael's. Limited at best. And this is why first-party data is so important for us. But the thing is, it comes with a cost. And I think that's where the difficulty is. And the thing is, as well, you will lose the amount of data you have now that is limited when it moves over to a first-party scenario, because lots of people won't be able to give you the information that you need to qualify it as first-party. Yeah.
I think we're almost out of time. I had one last question maybe for Adrian. Just in terms of, and the team of course, but I mean news production, there might be the bulk, certain stories get the bulk of clicks, but you still produce the other stories, even if they don't get some of the clicks. I mean, what is your approach to, I suppose, the value proposition, and why you do the range of stories and also the investigative journalism, even if some of it may not get the clicks that you hoped for?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it, Chair? Every morning at 9:30 we sit around a table and we use data and muscle memory and our knowledge of the country and our different backgrounds and experiences to decide what to cover, which stories to cover. There are certain absolute winners. Our readers love politics, for example. They are very keenly interested in the elections. When there's a big sports tournament like the Rugby World Cup, I mean, those things are no-brainers, but then there's other stories that are interesting. Anything to do with snakes, for example, does very well. But yes, we do cover stories that are important. The question we ask ourselves is not only which stories will get the most clicks, that is the old world, but we ask which stories are most impactful, which stories serve the public interest. What is our responsibility when we sit in Parliament or in the Joburg High Court or at the union buildings to cover? And yes, sometimes those stories unfortunately don't get the amount of engagement we would have loved, but sometimes they do. So we very much take our responsibility pretty serious to try and distill the top most important stories our readers should know about, plus, of course, the education part and the stuff that they expect of us. For example, bad weather, big accidents on the way home, those kind of commodity news stories. And by the way, most of those stories remain free on News24.
Can I also just add something? Also, as someone who comes from an editorial background, I worked for several years on Drum magazine, for example, and Drum is now digital only. But just in general, when we have fewer publications, someone loses out. There are consumers who don't necessarily only read news. They want advice because they need it. They want entertainment because their lives are not that great. They want insights to help build a better future for their children. Um, News content is important, but so is everything else. And every time a publication closes, and we've seen a lot of that, someone is impacted negatively. And in a country like South Africa, we need all the voices we can get. There are already far too few communities being served because publications are struggling to survive. Every time a publication closes, everybody loses on every level.
Yeah, I think that point is well made, and I think for us, certainly, even just yesterday, questioning, we call you the news media, but you produce a package of content that is much broader than what is often narrowly considered news, being political current events. But it's that basket of content that's important, and it's a basket of content that also you commercialize to support the whole operation. But I think we're out of time. I think it was exceptionally useful for the panel, and speak for both of us, I'm sure. And thanks to Media24 for bringing us such an high-powered team that could cover the range of topics from AI, ad tech, editorial, and I think it is certainly useful. And we will most likely have some follow-up. It may be targeted. We know you're going into a busy period around the elections, but we will continue to engage around certain bits of information and insights. But thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we're taking a 5-minute break, and then we'll be resuming with Moneyweb. Welcome back to the second morning, or now afternoon, of the Media and Digital Platforms Market Inquiry. We now have Mr. Ray van Niekerk from Moneyweb. Ray, thank you very much for coming and participating, and I believe you've got some opening comments in response to questions that we had sent, and then we'll have questions for you.
Yes, thanks, Chair, Ms. Frey.
You can call us James and Paula.
I've never called Paula Ms. Frey, but anyway, Paula. Yeah, listen, thank you so much for having us. Moneyweb is a small publisher, and we have been in the South African media for a long time, and I'll do a brief history of Moneyweb just so that everybody knows exactly what we do. But I think we represent many small publishers, and the challenges we face, I think, is ubiquitous in when you look at the smaller publishers. We've just heard from News24. I thought it was a very insightful presentation. But they, the elephant in the South African media, they are the biggest platform, and the problems they face are serious. And many of the problems we face are, of course, very, very serious, but we don't have some of the options they have. For example, for us to put content behind a paywall is it will decimate our traffic, and then the negative impact on declining revenues from advertising will negate the extra income we get from subscriptions. So I've got a few opening remarks, and I will go through the questions you've sent me. I'll try to do that as briefly as I can, and then maybe focus on the advertising side. I'm a journalist. I've been a journalist for 27 years. I've worked in print at Media24 for 15, and I'm the balance I'm at Moneyweb, where I'm mostly a radio journalist, so I don't have a presentation. Let's mention it. We'll say it's a radio presentation, but I'm going to go through the submission, or I'll just make a few comments. But I also listened to Sanef's presentation yesterday, and I think the mainstream media has played such a critical role over the past decade to expose the problems in the country, state capture, and many, many other investigations as well, also in the private sector. And it has contributed significantly to protecting our constitutional democracy. And the wheels of justice are turning very slowly in South Africa. And I think in many ways the media has played a bigger role to try and expose the wrongdoings, which does affect the country. And one of the main points I want to bring across today is that I'm very concerned about the number of journalists in South Africa. And Paula, you would know this. We've seen a significant reduction in the number of journalists. We've seen the digital transformation, the digital disruption of the media industry in the 2000s. I worked in a newsroom, and as Adrian has also said, with close to 100 journalists. And that newsroom now consists of 10, 15 people, and I'll get into the details of Moneyweb staffing. And one of the keys here is we had the digital disruption in the 2000s. It started maybe late 90s, but before Google really became so powerful. So what is happening now is we see Google dominating within the internet space. It actually has become, in many ways, the internet, the way people use it. You would go and your landing page on your computer would be Google. And from there you start to search and you get the information. And when AI also kicks in, as was explained by Charlene, it will reduce the dependence on going to a specific news site to get the latest news. There are a few exceptions, and I will get to those. Now, we invest heavily in news content, in journalism. We're a small publisher. We cannot compete with News24, for example, on breaking news. We can't. There are other publishers as well, Arena and the likes. They've got much more, or many more staff members than we do. So the only way we can compete is to write and produce on our other platforms, podcasts and the like, unique content. Unique content that is relevant. And that will give, in theory at least, people the incentive to come to Moneyweb, because you cannot get that information anywhere else. Now, just a brief introduction to Moneyweb. We're one of the, and I think we are one of, well, the oldest online platform, pure online platform in South Africa. We started in 1997. It was founded by Alec Hogg, a well-known journalist. And through the years, the platform has changed, the focus has changed. But the current editorial focus is the generation of unique business, financial, and investment news. That is what we focus on. That's what we're good at. We don't cover many stories or do radio interviews on other topics. Our main focus is business, financial, and investment news. We have a small team. Believe it or not, we only have two full-time journalists. And we have a production team of 8 people, and that is on the website. Of course, we have a few other technical people looking after the website and hosting, etc. And then we, on the radio side, because Moneyweb also does a lot of radio, we have 11 people working on that section or part of the business. Now, the bulk of our editorial content comes from a network of freelancers, and there are 19 freelancers which we use regularly. Sometimes we use ad hoc people as well. And we are, in that context, very, very dependent on freelancers. And the reason for that is because they are more affordable. You don't need to pay a monthly salary, you pay per article, and you can manage how many articles those freelance writers write. And it wasn't always the case. When I joined Moneyweb in 2011, there was a very substantial, experienced news team of around 15 people. And due to cost pressures and revenue pressures, we had to change the model to depend on freelancers, and that is purely from a cost perspective. Now, as I've said earlier, the creation of content is expensive. Now, we spend, well, editorial expenses represent more than 70% of Moneyweb's cost base. It is a significant investment in the generation of content. And the balance consists mostly from the acquisition or the procurement of data services, and also for the hosting of the website. It's pretty expensive to host the website in a secure environment, especially in this building, it seems. Now, just our platforms, as I've said, moneyweb.co.za is our flagship website. It's been around since 1997. We have 5 radio shows which we produce on a daily basis, 2 of them on the SABC or one of their radio stations, SAFM and RSG. We also have another community station, Hot FM, where we produce a FM radio show. And then we have 2 of our own live streamed news shows. One is in the morning and one is at midday, and we control it, we live stream it, and then we repackage the interviews as podcast, and then we distribute it through various platforms. Now, we also focus a lot on podcasts. We believe that is one of the growing news consumption platforms in the country. We are close to 200,000 downloads a month, which I think is pretty substantial. We have our Moneyweb mobile app, which we launched with the exclusive, well, not exclusive, but with the main goal of being able to give our audience very easy access to our audio products. You give them a phone and you can, 1 or 2 clicks, and you can listen to a live stream of any of our shows and access the podcasts. Just FYI regarding the comments or the question regarding the usage on the app. We see at Moneyweb a significantly higher usage of the app from our user base. The time spent on the app is around 7 minutes In comparison, on the website, it is around 3.5 minutes per session, 3.5 clicks on the website versus around 8 clicks on the app. So if you can get somebody on the app, you can the activity increases quite significantly. We also have other platforms, newsletters, digital magazines. We also do some print. We supply the city business insert in the Citizen with a print insert. And we do some video, although those are mostly marketing related. And then just one of the ways we diversify is Moneyweb has a very, very comprehensive data offering, investment data, share prices, prices of unit trusts, market information, exchange rates, and we have a basic offering, which is really good. And then we have a more in-depth type of tools we market, tools, comparison tools, analysis tools, and it delves down deeply into what an investor would like to see. And we put that behind a paywall a few years ago. Just the data or the additional data or the more in-depth data elements, and that is growing. We also put behind the paywall our archive. Now we have a very interesting model there. We offer our audience a free access to our latest articles, and after a week it goes behind a paywall. Because that archive, we regard that as the archive. That archive is really valuable, very, very valuable. And people subscribe to our service to access our archive as well. But we cannot afford to put our latest content behind a paywall. Our traffic, it will drop to, it will drop significantly. And currently we need that traffic to monetize it through advertising. So that pretty much is our model. Now, if I look at our revenue model, we have a different. Excuse me. We have two big divisions within Moneyweb. One is radio, audio, and the second is obviously the website. Now, we sell campaigns across both. So a typical campaign would contain a radio element and a web element, and I will get to display advertising a bit later, which has just completely fallen away, and we offer that as a type of added value. Now, most of our advertising revenue comes from content marketing. I'm sure you've seen on a website they say sponsored content or advertising or promotion, whatever the case may be. That is people paying for that content. Now, I can tell you now as a journalist, I would like on my website the most recent, best news I can offer. So that is but the way to monetize it. It's moving away from the model where you actually just have display advertisements, the old print model. But the content marketing is our main revenue stream at the moment. And there has been a significant shift from display advertising. Those normal banners you would sell, those ads, I think, that was referred to in the News24 presentation. Now, it's typically those banner ads, and a few years ago it was the mainstay of revenues for many, many publishers. Now, that has disappeared, and I'll give you a few statistics here. The total revenue from display advertising in 2023 was officially 30% lower than in 2018 at Moneyweb. But remember, we also sell some of the display inventory as part of an integrated campaign. It's not a direct sell. So it couldn't, in reality, it could be a lot lower. We don't split it out. And if you dissect this more, our total display advertising revenue as a percentage of our total advertising revenue, in 2019 it was 43%. And last year it was less than half of that. And that has shown you how that whole market or the way revenue flows to publishers have changed. And we believe it's a significant change.
Less than half of 43%.
Yes. I was told by the lawyers I may not mention the exact number. Now, let's get to Google Ads, because I think that is one of the key points of this inquiry. Moneyweb didn't allow Google Ads on our site because we were afraid that the CPM rates, the tariffs at which we can sell the advertising, would be decimated. We have a high CPM rate, and if we would allow Google to come in, it will drop significantly. I'll give a few figures just now. But in 2022, when we launched, around 2022, when we launched our app, we decided to try Google Ads on our app only, just to monetize some of the pages. We kept it off the website, but a while later we discussed it again because it seemed to be, generating, at least some revenue for us. So we allowed Google Ads on some of our secondary pages, not the front page. Definitely not in primary positions on our most popular pages. But, if you click through to an old archive article, Google ad would be, would generate some revenue for us. And whilst we have our prime positions to sell ourselves as part of our integrated campaigns. Now, I want to just stress that the Google revenue is not additional revenue to what we do or what we sell. It is replacing the advertising we could have sold. Because we are seeing a significant drop in people just coming to the site and say, listen, we would like to advertise through banner ads on the site. So it is just, it is reduced the revenue we got from the traditional model, and it does not, it's a lot less than what it was. Now, I've spoken about the subscription model, and that is a growing and focus for us. News24 has more than 100,000 subscribers. We have a fraction of that. But again, it's a very specific sell for people who are interested in the investment market. Now, a question here from the inquiry was, how does Moneyweb's target market consume business and financial news? There's been a big shift in the way how people access news. In the past, and if you go back, say, to the 2000s, and before the internet, people would go, they trust the Star newspaper, for example, they would buy it and they would read it because they believe that the editor would have curated the content so that they can know what is going on in the world, and they trusted that publication for giving them all they need to know. This has changed. Well, that is called a pull model. The brand pulls you to it. Now, that has changed significantly, especially for smaller publishers, to a push model. People don't come to Moneyweb, type in and say, listen, moneyweb.co.za, I want to see what Moneyweb has on offer today. There are a few of those, but that number is declining. We need to push out our content on social media platforms, the aggregation by Google, and several of the Google products. And then we, through that exposure, hope we can get obviously a response back. We send close to 3 million emails ourselves and via one of our contracted parties to send out emails to a distribution list. And we have a significant response from that. So it is, you push it out and hopefully people come back. And that's why you also have seen at many websites the bounce rates are very high. People would read that article and then jump off again. As Media24 has said, and I agree with it 100%, and I think it's the case for most publishers, is when Google aggregates content and you don't always get the benefit of a click-through. In fact, News24 said 5% click-through rate, so 95% of the content does not come back to their website. I think we are around 4.5% also to 5%, so very, very similar. But I'm sure you have consumed news on such aggregator sites. You get a picture, you get a headline, and you get a blurb. And in many cases, people get to know exactly what they want to know about that story just from the headline. For example, we've just heard that the South African economy missed a technical recession. And if you see it in the headline, you've got the gist of what's going on, and you don't click through. 95% of the value of the consumption of aggregated news is on the aggregator's platform, not on my platform or Moneyweb's platform. And I think that is a critical point. If there's revenue attached to showing just a blurb and a headline, I think that is something of concern. Another thing we do is if we have a trendy story. So we write a story, it's really popular, we can see there's a lot of interest. We actually pay social media platforms and Google to try and boost the reach so that we can get more content. There was a question to Adrian regarding, your stories doing well, getting the clicks, because that is a measurement of it. Sometimes you'll see that 20% of your stories give 80% of your traffic. And it's just difficult to identify the 20% when you conceptualize news and, ask a journalist to write it, because there is an expense involved, of course. And the budget we have for that, pushing it and boosting content online is in our confidential submission, and we regard it as quite substantial. The role and importance of video and audio. Now, for us, radio is a big focus area. Of course, the revenue model is different. If you want to go pure radio, we try to sell integrated campaigns. Now, what we do is, what I believe is that podcasts and live streamed audio will grow faster than the other type of news types or platforms. So we invest heavily, 5 radio shows, we cut up all of those individual interviews, or most of them, and we transcribe some of them, which is quite an effort. And we publish it on the website, and as I've said earlier, close to 300,000 downloads of our podcasts via various platforms, I think is substantial. And I think the monetization model is to get it from the direct perspective, sponsored, as to having a type of programmatic or a Google or a centralized ad strategy, which you get. So if you would go on a platform, they will pay you a CPM rate for your podcast play and ad at the beginning and the end. And we believe that will grow quite significantly. And I also don't think the format of news content is that critical. You would consume the news you want to consume in the best possible format. So if it's a statistical or a breaking story, which if somebody said, a big development, a website would be quite ideal. Social media will be quite ideal. If you want an in-depth piece, again, you get more in-depth type of publications where that can be published, and some people would like to see that in print. And then if you have more personalized stuff, radio is a fantastic medium for it, as well as for the explanation of things and for hearing comments from senior people. It's more powerful if you speak to the Minister of Finance on the radio than to have a write-up in a news article, because it comes from the horse's mouth. And again, if there are visuals, or visuals are really important, I think video and TV content, the way you cover it, is a lot better. And I think most people, they don't go to a website, they say, I want to listen to podcasts. You want to see what the news is, and then you consume it in the best possible format. Unpack the impact of Google and Facebook on our CPMs. Now, the content featured on Google News and Google Discover represents around 43% of our traffic. From Google, search represents around, let me start with Google Discover, represents around 74% of from the traffic we get from Google. From search, I think, I can't find it now, it is written here in my notes. I think it's around 22%. It is a lot less, so Discover is definitely the main feed. And, you know, 43% coming from Google, that is significant, and we need to ensure that that grows. Obviously, traffic is the game for any advertiser or website looking for advertising. One thing that really frustrates us is that Google changes the algorithm on how our stories are and content are featured on their platforms. They change it without notice. They don't really explain what you need to do to fix it. A while ago, they changed the algorithm, and our traffic plummeted. I know of several other websites, big news websites with experienced technical teams where this has happened as well. And then we need to appoint somebody from outside sometimes to do an SEO audit, and then we need to adapt our systems to ensure that you know, we get the traffic we really dearly would like to get. And it would have been, I think, good for Google to maybe appreciate the mainstream news websites or content providers as to changing the algorithm, and it affects everyone. In fact, when they do it, it doesn't only have a traffic implication, it also costs us money. Now, CPM rates, as I've said, we've only allowed Google Ads on our site recently, and there has been, and it was not in desperation, but just monetize some of the pages where we don't have advertising. What we've done, I just want to add, you are allowed to block certain advertisements from certain clients. So obviously we are a financial website. We are very focused on getting advertising from the financial services industry, the banks, the insurers, financiers, etc., etc. So you can go and block. You can go and block Standard Bank, FNB, Investec, FirstRand from advertising on Google Ads, because the moment you do that, you will lose them as a direct client. But that is just for display advertising. If you then expand it to an integrated advertising campaign, it changes the field, but it will be very, very dangerous for us to do that, to open it up to those type of clients as well. One of the things that really irritates me the most is when you open a YouTube video about American football game and there plays an F&B ad. You know, in many ways I think that could have been spent on the South African media, but be that as it may. Now, the split between the AdSense split is 32% for Google and 68% for Moneyweb. We don't have a contract with Google. If you want to subscribe to the service, you get the Ad Manager, Google Ad Manager, and then you can have a few settings, but that's how it is served on the site. And there's no negotiation regarding the commission. Now, if you look at the split of 68% Moneyweb and 30% Google, if you sell a million rands worth of Google ads, Moneyweb will receive 680,000 rand of that million, and Google 320,000. Now, that 320,000 relative to Moneyweb's 680,000 is 47%, which is really, really significant. Another way to look at it is that Moneyweb's direct sales house, the commission is around 20%, which is pretty standard in the industry, and that 32% is take it or leave it, and I think that is very, very high. Just as a matter, I'm going to give you this number. The average AdSense revenue we've received, revenue per thousand, is around R8.15. That was for the past year. And our normal direct display advertising rates is north of 100 rand. As I've said, there's very few people, but clients who actually go And that route, because it is expensive relative, because they can see on AdSense what they pay for ads and what we charge. So that has been the migration away from Moneyweb selling direct advertising, packages. Facebook, and I can probably group Facebook, X, LinkedIn together. It's not big in our life. We get from Facebook, I see between 3 and 4%, and from LinkedIn and X, LinkedIn 1% and X 1.3% of our traffic comes from them. So they are not a big focus for us for traffic, but what our focus is to market our news and to keep it top of mind for people who consume it. We've got big followings, and I don't know what the other publishers' click-through rates are, but it is pretty low, and it's also very, very good for engagement, especially Facebook. So we would publish all our top articles there, and especially on the radio side, there's a lot of interaction, debate of what was said. And that engagement is very, very valuable to us. Just on, I've spoken about the 32%, 68% model. I just want to make a few concluding remarks. I was asked to discuss the Media24 court case. Moneyweb and Media24 were involved in a few years ago. It concerned copyright. A brief background of that case is News24's business model was totally different then. They would they had content creators, that was the term that was used, and they would look around the internet and see a great article from somebody else, and then they would take it and they would rewrite it and say they got it from Moneyweb. Totally rewritten in different phrases. We believe that was unfair because we invested in appointing a journalist to go out and write that article. It sometimes takes 2 or 3 days. It may cost anything between 2.5 and 5,000 rand for that piece of content. And then somebody, a junior person, just rewrites it and publish it. And we had very few click-throughs coming back from that content. So we went to court. There was a technical decision where we brought it to a halt. And it was unfortunate that the merits of the case wasn't heard. Now, I believe what Google is doing with the aggregation is exactly the same. In fact, I think it's worse because they take the verbatim headline and blurb and publish it on their platforms. What News24 did is they changed it, they rewrote it. And if you look at copyright legislation, then copyright resides in the wording, not the facts of content. So you need to rewrite it. There's a difference between copyright and plagiarism, but most definitely on the copyright side, if you rewrite it, it's more difficult to prove copyright infringement, and that's why I believe there may be a copyright case with Google as well. And then we didn't appeal the judgment. It was too expensive, and News24 changed their model. And as you've heard today, they have a team of some of the best investigative journalists in the country, and they are making a big difference, as mainstream media should. Just lastly, a few remarks. I just want to re-emphasize, Moneyweb is also facing financial challenges, not only News24. I think most publishers are battling, especially mainstream publications investing heavily in content because it is expensive. We are very dependent on Google for traffic and to extend our reach, but we are in the Google ecosystem. And once you're in there, you really cannot get out. And even if you can get out, you might as well close your doors. They become so dominant in controlling internet traffic and what is displayed to their audience to not be part of that system. And I think that is the critical point. And then the reality is, we create content, we spend a lot of money to create it. It goes to Google, it goes to their platforms. They earn a revenue which is not shared with us. I think it's unfair, but it is critical that we know how much revenue and profits Google makes from our content. And that information needs to be disclosed. The big publishers are fighting with Google about that. Ishmet earlier said that the PI has been submitted, and I've seen some of the letters that went out. So I think we need that transparency. You know, I don't think the media can negotiate, especially not somebody like Moneyweb, which is a flea versus an elephant, have any power to try and get that information. But that is the base from which any, I think, commercial solution can be based, future commercial solution.
Thanks, Rick. I mean, just for a quick question of clarification, after you opened up your website to Google, did your CPM drop? Did any existing clients note the difference in costing and demand a better rate from direct sales versus via Google?
Not directly, because those ads we allowed were not in the most prominent positions. The leaderboard on the front page, which is normally that big ad at the top, that's the most valuable one. The ones on the sides, on the front page, and maybe on our indicator page where we have our basic data offering. So not from that perspective. And we also blocked some of the major players in the financial services industry with the hope that we would be able to, or confidence maybe, that we would be able to retain them on the main website. But as I've said, we may have a high CPM officially on our rate card. It's a totally different story than achieving that and selling it. And in some cases, most cases, it forms part of an integrated package over the website, the radio site, maybe even newsletters.
Thank you. And you gave quite a bit of detail regarding your business model, but if I understand it correctly, I mean, you've got multiple sources of income. You've got a paywall that's staggered. You've got subscriptions. You've got sponsored content. Then could you just speak a little bit about that, but also touch on your partnership? So your content is also, I understand, in The Citizen. I mean, it's on SABC, it's on different partners. Could you speak a little bit more on the business model?
So we have the website at the center. We've got one news team consisting of freelancers and full-time journalists working on the website. That is absolutely the key. That's our primary product on the digital side. And then from there, we can repackage that content. We can take that content, publish it in the Citizen newspaper, for example, as we do. Some of it goes to the Citizen website. We can repackage some of that content. It's been sent out in newsletters, which is a revenue opportunity. As I've said earlier, we send a lot of newsletters. It's a big source of traffic for us, and to a lesser extent revenue. It is not that significant, but at least it's an opportunity, and it can be automated in many ways. We also have an external partner for newsletters who sells advertising into that newsletter. And then on the radio side, yes, we've the relationship with the SABC is a revenue share model. Where Moneyweb sells advertising, or our sales house sells advertising, and then we pay according to a revenue split formula, we pay some money to the SABC, sometimes significant amounts of money. And then obviously we retain a percentage thereof. And on the online streaming side, obviously it's a Moneyweb product. We pay a commission to the sales house, similarly with podcasts. So yes, we try to use content more than once, because then we have more than one advertising opportunity.
When you started your presentation, you noted Media24's presentation early on and the challenges that Media24 has, and you said that that for Moneyweb those challenges also exist, but they were more because you were a smaller entity. Could you be more explicit about what challenges smaller entities, niche publications like Moneyweb, Becky Cisa, etc., serving smaller niche publications, quality content, what are the particular challenges you would identify in the internet space?
Well, first of all, it would be a death nail in our coffin if we closed off all our latest content. the drop in traffic would cannibalize our advertising revenue, and that would be a lot more than the additional revenue we will get from our subscription type of services. And the other thing is, there's such a fight for online advertising. If you have Google ads, there is not always a clear segmentation of where those ads are placed. As Media24 also said, you sell an audience and you sell impressions. And if you have a big publication like that, a bigger share of that will go there. And the way Google treats us is, listen, take it or leave it. I don't know if Media24 has any more leeway in negotiating, but I think that can become a significant concern going future. But for us, the business model is, listen, create content, create audiences, and then be very creative in the way you monetize that content. The biggest, or one of the biggest revenue streams 5 years ago was banner advertising, and that has become, in many ways, irrelevant in our lives. And we need to replace it, and it's not easy to do.
I ask you the question about your audience. So how much data do you have on your audience, and how easy is it to get that data from Google, for example?
We don't get a lot of information from Google. If we use Google Analytics to measure the traffic on our website, the only information we capture or see from the audience is anonymous data. So we don't know who those people are. We don't know, and that is, the best practices under POPI. But we know their activity, what they do on the site. We know where they come from. We can see continents. We can see, listen, they came to the front page and then they clicked onto other ads. We can see they came directly to our data pages, or they come directly to an individual news page, how long they stay on the site, how many clicks they have during a session, how often do they come to the website during the month, and then so that is the type of information we get from Google. If you look at our subscription service, and we've got a free subscription and a paid for one, when you subscribe, you do get a bit of additional information if the individual is prepared to share it with us. But the reason why we get that is to try and influence the choices of articles we will commission. So if there's a big story, Adrian said, if there's a story about steak, it's really popular. For us, as if you put discovery in the headline, it's really, really positive. And some of the other companies as well. So that guides us, but we can see which stories are really popular and then conceptualize news that add on to it and hopefully can generate more traffic.
I mean, my sort of rough understanding is you get a lot of demographic data, potentially, anonymized, as you say.
Yeah.
But when you survey your own audience, what are you interested in that you think will help you sell advertising direct, other than demographic?
Well, other than demographic, you see, the advertising audience the audience we need to create to be able to sell advertising need a certain appeal to advertisers. And most of that appeal refers back to demographics. How much money do they earn? How well are they educated? At what part of their life stage are they? Are they under 30, under 40, under 50? Because your financial needs change as you move through the life cycle. And those type of, I think that is the key of the information an advertiser wants. Many clients would come to us and say, listen, I want to target a specific audience, and you need to go and look which part of that audience fits that profile, because if it's not too significant, and any campaign will then have a lot of wastage to another part of the audience who's not part of the actual core segment the advertiser wants to reach. If I think aloud, I would love to know from the audience exactly what are prepared. What do they need to buy a car next week? Do they plan a holiday? Do they want to take out an RA? So their absolute needs of what they're going to do in the near future, that could be incredibly valuable. However, I don't think it will be easy to get that information.
Rick, we heard yesterday from Khadija and we heard from Media24 and you, the reduction in numbers. You've raised this issue of freelancing. And I suppose, at one level, the media may be impacted by having fewer people to cover stories and having to reduce the stories and select stories they want. But what is the impact of freelancing on journalism as a profession, and in the long run as well? Because that is another way you try and control your ongoing costs by having a variable cost.
Yeah, the freelance industry is a very tough one. From a freelancer's perspective, you sometimes battle to get work. Sometimes the payment per word is very low. I don't think it has changed in many years significantly. And so from our perspective, the contracted freelance, we contract some freelancers, not everyone, to commit to a certain number of articles, so they know there is a certain amount of payment due, and then they can supplement that income with other activities. Now, maybe let me just make the following point, and it will lead on to freelancers. The AI disruption that is happening will reduce the number of journalistic or journalism positions. The same with what's happening with the financial pressures publishers face. Adrian Basson from News24 said it. I'm going to echo that. Newsrooms are getting smaller. Newsrooms are getting more junior. There are fewer positions. Now, for a healthy future media, you need to have a steady stream of journalists becoming more senior. Because if you look at the mainstream media, the really excellent content, the investigative content, predominantly comes from your journalists with 10, 15, 20 years of experience. Now, due to the fewer number of journalism positions, fewer journalists get into that chain to move up to become senior journalists. And I think that will have a significant impact. Many of the newsrooms retrenched or made positions redundant. Many of those people have gone into the freelance positions. I can't think of a junior person going into a freelance position now voluntarily. Rather get a full-time employment, but they can't get it. And now suddenly the freelance is the only option. When they get something else, they will jump and take on another opportunity. So to answer your question, and having thought aloud, I think the community of news freelancers will become smaller and less significant, especially, for example, in Moneyweb's life in 10, 15 years, because there are not this steady stream of young journalists becoming senior journalists.
What do we lose in a newsroom of junior reporters, freelancers?
What do we lose?
What do we lose?
Well, we lose institutional knowledge. If you start as a journalist, you know really very little. And once you've seen how the process works, if you've seen how other senior journalists work, you get experience and you start to know what you're doing. Old school perceptions, if you do a beat for 3 to 4 years, you will start to know what you're doing, and then you can use that experience in other sectors as well. If you really want to build the networks you need to be a good journalist and get information nobody else can, you need to build those relationships, and it takes many years, sometimes a decade or more. And if you look at the really good journalists in South Africa, they have those networks. You don't get that from spending 2 years in a newsroom and then jumping somewhere else.
I was interested in your arrangements with the media, and why I just want to ask this question is juxtapose it to how your relationships are with the digital platforms. But freelancers, you pay per article, so it wouldn't be an ad share, or it wouldn't be the SABC you said was revenue share, but I assume you would have negotiated that.
Yes.
You also, Paula mentioned that you put content in the Citizen. So, again, is that ad shares? Is it on risk? Or
no, there's a commercial arrangement.
Yeah. Because it seems it has a difference in how risk is shifted and where the cost. Because I assume if you pay for an article, you've got to use your expertise to monetize that and make sure that you cover your costs. If you just pay the share of ad, you have less risk. I don't know if you want to comment on how media arrangements with media differ to the other commercial distribution arrangements, because Citizen is still a distribution arrangement. SABC is a distribution arrangement.
Yes, I think the revenue models for each platform is different. For example, on radio, there's from our perspective, a revenue share. The SABC is facing financial difficulty. Our model actually ensures that we pay for airtime, which is an interesting model. If you look at the Citizen, it's a commercial arrangement. We've been doing that for many, many years. But again, you can monetize or remonetize an article that went onto the website and be repackaged onto the Citizen. If you then repackage that into a digital magazine, which we also sometimes publish, you will have a third opportunity to do that. If you then speak to the journalist on air, on radio, you'll have a fifth or a fourth opportunity to do so. Every one of those revenue streams are different. But if you look at the mainstreams, radio, but we give a significant portion of that Moneyweb to the SABC. On digital, the digital revenue is under pressure. Google is disrupting the traditional online model where digital display advertisements were a significant part of that revenue offering, or the revenue product we could sell. And if you and that has forced us to do other things, again, sponsored content or content marketing, that has become very mainstream. And I think many publishers have adapted to that model. But every avenue, every product we have has a different revenue stream. And if you only depend on one revenue stream or two revenue streams in the publishing industry, it's going to be very challenging.
You had said that you also pay to get a boost to stories that are popular. And this is maybe an unfair question, but in a sense of how much of your traffic may come from when you've paid versus when you haven't paid.
Now there's a spike. There is a spike. For example, on Facebook and X, that's where we boost those posts, so they are displayed to a much wider audience. The reach is a lot wider. And the reaction is relative to the investment significant. And how we know it, we can see from our real-time data feed how popular a certain article is. For example, and this is not Moneyweb's case study, but if you have normally around, say, 2,000 or 3,000 people at any given time on your website, and suddenly it's 4,000, and one story has 2,000 readers of it, you know that is popular. If you expose it to a wider reach, you will actually boost that content or that attract more traffic. It doesn't happen often, but when it happens, you need to hit it as hard as you can. Because, as I've said earlier, 20% of your content generates 80%, the Pareto principle.
I suppose I was interested in how much of your overall traffic do you think comes from a promoted post?
I don't know that particular statistic. I don't think that is that significant.
I think just orders of magnitude, if you don't think it's significant.
I don't think, it's not 10% plus, definitely not. Probably less.
So just a last question from me. I mean, you've raised the issue of podcasts, certainly, and you say that's the future. I mean, how do you monetize and which platforms do you push those through? Is it just your app? But just a sense of audio being monetized. We'll hear from radio late in the week as well, but just to get from your sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's the future. I think it will grow faster than some of the other type of content types. The biggest one is sponsorship. You can go out to a financial services provider and say, listen, we want to do a podcast series on retirement, for example. And then they sponsor a range of those. Or, and this is the model I prefer, you create an editorially a podcast with total editorial discretion. So we conceptualize, listen, we're going to speak to crypto specialists every week, and we choose the guest, we choose the talking points, and then you go to one of the big crypto platforms and they sponsor it because they believe in education. That model, I believe, is pretty sustainable, and I think it will become more prominent in the future. We also have but to answer your question about the distribution, we post all of our audio content on Iono, which is a podcast version of YouTube. And it's a significant player in the South African market. And from there, it is distributed to all of your major podcast players. Google player, Apple, Spotify, etc., etc. So you can access it from anywhere, and the Moneyweb app. So you can access that podcast anywhere, and it goes back to Google, to Iono, and that's where we capture the statistics. And then also on Iono, there is a programmatic approach as well, where you can get a certain CPM on advertising they sell, or get through programmatic, and the CPM on those podcasts is around 700 Rand, if I remember correctly. It may vary from client to client and campaign to campaign, and I'm sure, hopefully that is not a sensitive revelation.
So they've got, a bit like I understand YouTube, they will sell it for you, or you could sell it yourself and put it in the package. But if you do that, are they taking any revenue share, or are they just a distribution?
There will most definitely be a revenue share. But remember, we do 180,000 downloads versus a total traffic on the website of between 4 and 5 million. So that's why the rate is higher, because the consumption is lower. If you can get the downloads up, I think the viability of it will be more significant. But since we repackage it mostly from radio and from internal staff, there's not a direct cash cost involved. It is a supplementary use of that content, and it's a way to monetize it.
Sorry, one last question. I mean, we heard yesterday, we heard this morning, and you've even commented on, the value of the media and the mainstream media. But you're financial and business media. I mean, just to hear from you, what is that value, public interest value and other value that the financial and business media bring?
I think financial media in South Africa, and I hate to use the term the media to describe mainstream media, but your major publishers, Arena, Media24, hopefully Moneyweb, it's a shrinking part of the media offering. If you look at News24, they have sport, they've got politics, they've got in-depth voices about many topics, they've got business, they've even got a wine editor, which is a very, very diverse offering. We only focus on one part. Business Day or BD Live, in many ways, focus more on the political economic stuff, but it has shrunk. I've said earlier about the newsroom I managed or edited many years ago. If you look at Business Report, for example, forget the politics of it, but they had one of the best financial publications in the country, and I don't know how many people they had, but it should have been or must have been north of 60 people. A very, very good product. If you look at Business Day, when it was still in its in the print form, really, really popular, they also had a massive journalist base, and that has shrunk. Now, if you look at the importance of financial media in South Africa, of course, the JSE-listed companies, the coverage of that from an investment perspective is absolutely critical. And I think most of the publications cover them really adequately. One thing that is, I think, a big challenge for this media and a problem, and which needs to be addressed. There are at any given time around 300 financial investment scams, Ponzi's, pyramid schemes, or the like in South Africa, and they get very little coverage. People are losing money, and there are just no resources to fund that from, and it can only be advertising. You can't expect financial institutions to fund investigations into scams. I've tried that before, it doesn't work. So there are more and more holes, maybe, I don't know what the right word is, in the financial media offering, which needs to be filled. And as the industry or the financial media industry continue to shrink in quotation marks, those holes will get bigger.
And I suppose government agencies such as ourselves and Treasury and all of that is also part of the financial and business media in terms of holding to account.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You look at the financial position of, the parastatals. It is a big focus area.
All right. Thank you very much, Rake, for making time to come in and for making the time in all your submissions. I know also with the smaller media, you don't have the resources to also respond to us. So I think we really appreciate it when you make the time. And I think you've given us credible insights, and it's been a very useful session. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for leading this inquiry. I think it's important.
I think with that, we're closing. We're resuming at 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock, sorry. 2 o'clock with the Centre for Journalism and Liberty.
Okay.
welcome to the afternoon session on day 2 of the Media and Digital Platforms Market Inquiry. And this afternoon, we've got the Center for Journalism and Liberty at the Open Markets Institute in Washington, D.C. And then following that, we will have the GIBS Media Leadership. So may I welcome Dr. Courtney Rutsch. I hope I've pronounced your name reasonably okay. But thank you for bringing your expertise to our Media and Digital Platforms Inquiry. I think those who are following this topic globally will know your work and know your inputs in different legislative and other initiatives. So I think we're grateful for you to make the time. And Courtney, I'm joined here. So I should have said I'm James Hodge, and I'm joined by Paula Frey. Please call us James and Paula. But we'll hand over to you to do a presentation, and then we'll have questions for you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. As you said, my name is Courtney Raj. I'm the director of the Center for Journalism and Liberty at Open Markets Institute, and thank you for the invitation to appear today before the competition. Having spent my career as a journalist, scholar, and practitioner writing and speaking and working on tech policy and news for the past 20 years, I'm really delighted to be here to speak on this this important topic. As the director of the Center for Journalism and Liberty at Open Markets Institute, I produce and oversee cutting-edge research into news media market structures and the way that technology policy impacts the information ecosystem. And over my 2 decades of experience in the media sector, I have never received any funding from any of the tech platforms for my work. So up on the screen, you'll see just kind of a description of how we think about the information ecosystem and the role that technology platforms play in a diverse media ecosystem, and essentially how all of this is related. And so I want to focus in my remarks on trying to illuminate some of the various ways that the market for information and communication systems affects keystone species like public interest journalism, because we know that tech companies play an infrastructural role in the journalism field. I want to lay out some of the policy approaches in specific countries that they've adopted to address the platformization of and the importance of news media bargaining codes, and finally to reconceptualize how we think about the value of news platforms. Especially if we think about AI and large language models as kind of the next generation of what we're looking at. So first, I think it's really important that we address the fact that the crisis facing journalism is not a problem of the news industry's own making, and it affects all news outlets, not only digital ones and not only platforms on a specific, or not only news on a specific platform. The crisis is a result of legal regulatory frameworks that fail to hold tech platforms accountable for their role as intermediaries in our information communication system, and perpetuates serious imbalances in market power between platforms and news media, despite the latter's fundamental role as a core institution of democracy, and gives tech platforms unfettered power to control the infrastructure of the public sphere. So, big tech platforms like Google and Meta are not optional for media. They play an integral and inescapable role throughout the entire news value chain. And so there is no option for journalists and news industry to opt out of using these platforms. And I'll just briefly cover why this is not realistic as something to consider in the competition inquiry. First, they set the publishing protocols, such as Facebook's instant articles or Google's accelerated mobile pages, which publishers must adapt to and which can be changed on a whim by the platform, with significant costs to publishers and to implement, as well as repercussions for visibility and monetization of their product if they don't use them. Big tech platforms own and control the tools and services journalists use to do their jobs, including email, web hosting, messaging, archiving, cloud storage, cybersecurity services like Project Galileo with Google, and of course now the AI infrastructure. These platforms determine the rules for reaching audiences while also controlling the most popular online spaces those audiences use, such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and search, meaning that they shape the business models, editorial strategies, production, and dissemination throughout the news industry. Furthermore, big tech monopolizes the entire digital advertising ecosystem, from ad servers to ad exchanges to auctions, as well as the app stores where news outlets around the world, like other businesses, sell their product. And they have hollowed out, in many places, local businesses that once supported advertising in local news outlets. Furthermore, they have failed to pay their fair share of taxes in countries where they operate. Publishers face a coerced set choice when it comes to platforms, one that is compounded by a lack of interoperability and a lack of data portability between platforms, even where alternatives exist. The challenges of switching platforms, whether rebuilding followers, developing technical expertise, rebuilding content libraries, creates path dependency for journalists and news organizations alike. Furthermore, digital platforms alter their terms of service at whim without any timely notifications, public oversight, or any of that. Given their sheer size and influence, such decisions become de facto game changers for competition in the media market, often leaving competitors at a disadvantage. And these tech platforms have created a coercive surveillance advertising system that has damaged journalism through appropriation of ad revenue, theft of intellectual property, compromised editorial independence, and loss of diversity. Yet, despite the fact that American big tech companies are infrastructural to news media around the world, our laws and regulations have not caught up with this reality. Unlike the information communication technologies of former eras, today's tech corporations enjoy unprecedented exemptions from libel law and anti-discrimination requirements and privacy constraints. And perhaps most consequentially for the news media globally, platforms claim unparalleled rights to use copyright protected material like journalism without license or compensation under the guise of fair use. The unregulated, protected, and financially thriving tech industries are built on data, benefit from intermediary liability protections, and are building the next generation of artificial intelligence on the theft of international policy. So luckily, policymakers like yourselves and competition authorities around the world are finally waking up to the fact that these tech monopolies form the backbone of the modern media system, and that the generative AI revolution could further exacerbate the crisis facing news. And so they're exploring ways to make big tech pay for news. And there's a legal regulatory taxonomy on the screen that you'll see. And while journalism needs a range of public policy support, regulation of the relationship between tech and media is important because it can correct for market imbalances between platforms and publishers and rebalance incentive structures so that they can have broader ramifications on the market. So Australia's pioneering 2021 news media digital platforms mandatory bargaining code gave publishers the right to collectively negotiate while requiring designated platforms to negotiate with them for fair compensation, and by establishing final offer arbitration. This empowered publishers, including smaller players, because the Competition Commission established the fact that some compensation is due. So the starting point was about how to determine the value and provided a mechanism for asking for data and information that would allow publishers to figure out their value while ensuring that negotiations would be reasonable and not endure indefinitely. So although no platform has been designated, the mere existence of this legislation has resulted in more than $180 million paid to Australian news media by Google and Meta, including to small local, and specialized media. It's led to hundreds of new jobs, and job ads for journalists are up 46%. Now, the terms of these deals are not public, and this lack of transparency has been criticized because of the very limited data available to publishers that would allow them to make a determination of value, and also then the difficulty of learning value across the news industry. So Canada, as you'll see from this map, also recently passed the Online News Act to allow publishers to collectively bargain with large digital platforms by providing a 5-year safe harbor, and has a ceiling on the amount Google will be held liable for. Facebook has censored news in Canada rather than comply with this democratically enacted law. Publishers that produce news of public interest, employ 2 or more journalists in Canada, and follow a code of ethics are eligible for compensation. Digital platforms are prohibited from discriminating against news publishers' content or giving preference to any bargaining entity, including itself. Under the Australian code, covered digital platforms can be exempted only if they broker deals with news publishers and meet a list of criteria, such as making fair contributions to the Canadian news market, which is what Google did, agreeing to contribute $73 million, $74 million, depending on the exchange rate. We're talking US dollars here. Though the government reserved the right to revisit the deal and revise as needed, especially as more countries adopt bargaining codes. Just last month, Indonesia enacted the presidential regulation on publishers' rights, which includes compensation frameworks and other cooperation that requires platforms to prioritize news content. So this is a very interesting addition. So they are required to prioritize news content produced by verified media outlets as determined by the Press Council, and directs government agencies to redirect their advertising to news media instead of digital platforms, a very promising development. Enforcement is delegated to a committee, which would ideally have greater independence from possible political influence than it does in Indonesia. Several other countries and EU member states are actively exploring or enacting legislation to address fair compensation according to our tracker that our map here. So you can see New Zealand, their Fair Digital News Bargaining Bill creates a safe harbor and compels platforms to negotiate, though it does protect existing agreements such as Google News Showcase. In India, reforms to the IT Act and possibly the Competition Act are expected to include a news media bargaining framework, rescind overly broad intermediary liability exemptions for platforms and intermediaries, and address copyright protected uses of news. Brazil's copyright reform is seeking to do the same, and the EU directive on copyright in the digital single market is being transposed into national law in all member states, which is creating a right for news publishers to receive remuneration. So collective bargaining and platform data access and transparency requirements and a regulatory framework increases the power of local and smaller news outlets. And importantly, this type of legislation creates a forum for negotiation to take place. And this is a really important but often overlooked type of legislation. And it is especially important for independent, small, and niche news organizations that can collectively bargain, that have, therefore, access to a mandated forum. Authorities considering this type of legislation should ensure that the definition of platform and use of publisher data is broad enough to include crawling, scraping, and the use of news publishers' data in AI systems, including large language models, the use of data for training, fine-tuning, and alignment, and AI applications like generative search. So, unfortunately, publishers have bought into a narrow conception of value. And one of the biggest challenges that this type of legislation faces is that small publishers feel like they won't benefit, which has allowed tech companies to divide publishers. And they are right if we acquiesce to how tech companies like Google and Meta have narrowed the discussion to focus on click-through rates and the value of the traffic they provide to publishers, haggling over figures and value amid vast information asymmetries. The fact that large news organizations benefit is not a bad thing because they do employ thousands of people, create jobs, conduct extensive investigations, and generate and receive the most traffic from big tech. So it's not surprising. Looking narrowly at the value of news traffic to platforms and news publishers focuses on audience and engagement metrics, and thus will tend to favor large publishers over small ones because of the nature of the value proposition on audience traffic. A myopic focus on the value of referral traffic disregards the way that journalism improves the platform itself for all users, even if they don't click through on a headline. Behavioral and econometric approaches that account for the role that consuming news plays in user experience on a platform seek to isolate the contribution that news content makes to the overall value of the jurisdiction of the platform, which could be determined by its digital advertising revenue generated in a specific jurisdiction. A recent study, for example, rightly hypothesized that people might engage in different types of behavior if their search results didn't include information from publishers. So researchers in Switzerland found that the value of news is far higher than policymaker or publishers think it is, at least on Google search, which accounts for the majority of Google's $280 billion annual revenue. U.S. economists applied a similar methodology and built on the well-established concept of additional value created through the complementary transactions between tech platforms and publishers. That is, publishers and tech platforms would evenly split the resulting value created by digital advertising. And they found that Google would owe U.S. publishers more than $10 billion a year for the way snippets and headlines of news articles appear on its search, and that Meta would owe just under $2 billion. So that's 17.5 and 6.6% of ad revenue, respectively. And that these were actually conservative estimates because they lacked the data to make more specific ones. Furthermore, a narrow concept of value ignores the public interest served by journalism and the tax that is imposed on the public when local businesses can't survive, civic life is reduced to engagement metrics, and corruption proliferates because there's no watchdog holding those in power accountable. So I think that you've probably already heard about the global Can you hear me still?
We're starting to get you back, Courtney. Can you hear me? Courtney, you're moving
Hello?
again. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, there we can. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, I was just, I'll just keep the final presentation off. I just wanted to conclude my remarks by noting that I would hope that any competition review of the relationship will include a review of how journalism is a particularly valuable source of training data for large language models. Yes?
Sorry, Courtney, we lost you when you started recommendations. So if you could go back to recommendations, please.
Okay, let me. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can. If you could make it full screen.
It is full screen on my
We've got your
end.
slideshow rather than.
Oh, okay. Let me start over. Let me try to.
Wait,
those are your
you're now
notes?
sharing some notes and stuff.
Oh,
So
no.
maybe
Okay.
let's drop the sharing and just talk to it. Don't worry about
we've
the
got
sharing.
it, yeah.
Okay. All right. Did that stop the sharing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you do have a copy of my presentation with the recommendations in it. And so, yeah, just to conclude, I would say that the competition inquiry about platforms and the press, the relationship should really include a review of journalism as a particularly valuable source of training for large language models. It is, we know that from an important data set that Google used to train some of the most popular large language models, including ones that are used by Google and Facebook, news makes up half of the top 10 sites in the training data, and it includes content that was put behind paywalls and is intended to be restricted to paid users. In fact, Chat and Bing had to stop a new product partnership because users were able to bypass publisher paywalls. And this could, in order to do this, lawmakers should require that AI companies, tech companies, provide information about the use of IP protected content in foundation models, training and processes, and AI applications. So there are kind of three aspects of AI where news media is used. We need to make sure that media outlets are able to improve their data collection and analysis, but also that tech companies are required to provide more traffic data, as well as how that relates to revenue and monetization. And of course, the ability of news media to collectively negotiate or join existing marketplaces is important, because otherwise they will lack the market power. And direct unilateral support to media outlets by tech platforms is not a replacement for legal regulatory frameworks that seek to create a level playing field. And so, as journalism is facing an existential crisis among technological shifts, having never recovered its economic footing in the social media age, the siphoning off of valuable content by some of the wealthiest companies in the world to make their products more valuable, whether that's search, social media, or AI, is not fair use. It wasn't fair when the tech behemoths that built the world's most valuable countries of the valuable companies of the internet age, and it isn't fair in the age of generative AI. Now we see the same tech titans are once again redefining the economy through the deployment of generative AI, and without legal regulatory frameworks that shape what we as democracies want for our state, our country, and much less the world, we are held hostage by the titans of tech who are at the forefront of the AI revolution. And so news media bargaining codes are an important part of a more comprehensive approach to regulating the digital economy and disrupting dangerous imbalances of power that undermine the independence and viability of core democratic institutions like journalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Courtney. That's really interesting. And a couple of things that I want to pick up on and perhaps get some more detail for clarity. In your better approaches, you said we need to value the presence that news provides to all platform users, regardless of click-through or engagement. Could you just expand a little bit more on that concept, and then also just talk about how we would define news and who a news provider would be in the context of what you're talking about?
Okay, great. So in terms of thinking about value, I think there are a few different ways. So if we look at, we could look at the behavior of users on a platform or in a given service when there is simply the presence of news or not the presence of news. So we know from the behavioral study in Switzerland that people they did an experimental study where they had users see a Google search without any news results in it. What they found is that people changed their behavior because of that. They went directly to news sites. They didn't enjoy or get as much value out of search. And so we know that even if you're not searching for news, people are getting value out of the news. Think about if you're trying to find out, what baby formula should I buy, and that's a product search, which they didn't even account for. You certainly want to see the local news story that may have covered the fact that there was a recall on that baby formula, or that it was tainted, or whatever. You want that local news. So it provides value regardless of whether the people are clicking through on it or not. And we know it provides value despite the claims of the platforms that it makes up only a small percentage of what people want. And that's because they have doubled down around the world on fact checking. So fact checking is a form of journalism. They want that on their platform because they recognize that a bunch of crap is not helpful to people. People want good information. Similarly, if you look at how large language models without access to good data would be really problematic, and you can see this in the suit against the New York Times suit against OpenAI, as well as in comments by Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI, and the head of Microsoft as well, about the importance of quality information like news in these products. So when you search for something with generative search, if you want to get an updated query response, that large language model is not dynamic. You need that essentially API plugin to quality information to get that value. So I think it's going beyond just did someone click through to look at, again, how news shapes the experience on a platform. With respect to how to define news and media. So I think that is really the crux and biggest challenge in some of these frameworks. I think it's important that it be defined in a way that provides as much distance as possible from political or private power. And so that should ideally be done through self-regulatory mechanisms. In Indonesia, for example, there is the Press Council, and there are also professional bodies for digital journalism and for broadcast media, et cetera. And so when you have independent self-regulatory bodies and I would say professional bodies, standards bodies, for example, if you have a society of professional journalists or you have organizations part of the Ethical Journalism Network, that's a good indication that they are journalists. Now, I would say that most countries are using a definition that is, many of them are using a definition about public interest news. So some of them are restricting the type of news organizations that can be covered. Other frameworks are not. They're saying any news, not just public interest. So for example, Australia does not limit what type of news can be covered, whereas in Canada, there was a more narrow definition. Similarly, they're looking at the number of full-time employees. So they're all requiring at least one full-time employee, including in frameworks in the US that are currently under consideration. And they're looking at where a news organization is based. So, the geography is important, both in terms of where the news organization is based physically in terms of its people and or the audiences that it serves. And so, the kind of the importance of geography varies depending on whether you're trying to focus on the audience served or the location of the news organization. In Canada, because they have other benefits to the news media, for example, tax credits for hiring full-time employees, there's already a list of media that apply. And because they have that set out in the tax code, that criteria is open, it's transparent. There's a list of news organizations, and news organizations that are not on that list can apply for application. I think that there is a concern in some of these laws about how do you, avoid funding misinformation and propaganda. So you do need to think about what is the difference between a journalistic or news media site and another type of platform. And part of that is public interest orientation. There is usually some sort of publishing threshold, either daily or weekly. I will say most of them are at least weekly, but in some cases, they're also covering monthly magazines. There is some great reporting done by magazines. And they are required to review organizations that want to be a part of the bargaining codes, but you could set standards. For example, you have a public editorial corrections policy. You publish your masthead. You abide by or adhere to the professional bodies in your country. I would suggest, however, that having a membership to a single body is not sufficient and risks capture and influence. And so you could, have a variety of bodies, whether you have, officially recognized press council or unofficial standards bodies. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, and given certainly a lot more thought. I wanted to stay with better approaches that you suggested and ask you to expand also on your point of the role of journalism as a supply solution to disinformation. Could you just expand on that, please, Courtney?
Sure. So, when we are increasingly inundated with mis and disinformation, we need to have quality information that is not mis and disinformation to balance that out. So right now we're focused a lot on cleaning up the bad stuff. Let's get rid of misinformation. Let's force the platforms to get rid of it. Let's get it off of social media. But you need something to replace it with. And it's hard to know what is mis and disinformation in some cases unless you have journalists and journalism there to do the reporting, do the fact checking, speak to the people involved, et cetera, and and essentially, do the work of figuring out what is and what is not, accurate or not. And it's not just about accuracy. The role of information is also part of our communication rituals about the way that we create community. And so having local journalism contributes to community building, which is also part of resiliency against mis and disinformation, because that can build trust. So with journalism, they are supplying the supply side of the disinformation equation. And I think as we move into the era of, generative AI, that's going to become even more important, not only for the fact checking, but also for the real-time generated results. If you don't have a supply of quality information, your contemporary generative search is not going to be valuable. Similarly, when there are information voids, for example, we see that as a place where misinformation often flourishes. Journalism can help supply the information that is missing from those voids. So we saw that with COVID, for example. There was very little written about COVID. There was very little written about COVID vaccines because COVID and the vaccines had never existed. And so when new things are happening, especially in areas that, again, have these information voids, we see malign actors filling those voids with information. And we see a particular need for journalists to make sure that there is accurate, reliable, reported information out there to counteract misinformation. Because if we don't have a supply of quality journalism, then it doesn't matter how much we clean up misinformation, you're still going to have an imbalance.
Courtney, some of the compensation efforts that you noted had unintended consequences, and I mean, you noted the fact that Meta is censoring Canadian news. I wonder if you could give us your thoughts on that and what could be done just to ensure that that did not happen.
Yeah, so I think it's unconscionable that a technology company that has benefited from, being created and growing into one of the most valuable countries in the world because of it being embedded in a democratic country has decided to censor news instead of comply with a democratically enacted law. And I think that could be avoided in a couple of ways. One is by designation, and another is to not allow that company to do business in a country if it does not carry news. These are called must carry provisions. So requiring that information platforms operating in a given context carry news as part of the information that they allow on their platforms. Prohibiting discrimination, so not allowing Facebook to discriminate against news, which is essentially what they're doing in Canada. They're saying, if you are a Canadian news outlet, therefore you are not allowed to use our service. That just should not be allowed. So I think there are several ways to mitigate the potential to do that. Certainly, it is a negotiating tactic that is aimed not just at Canada, but at the world. They're trying to send a message. But it really, again, doesn't make any sense, because despite Meta's protestations that people don't want news on their platform, they're spending millions of dollars to directly fund fact checkers to clean up all of the disinformation and harmful material on their platforms. So they do care about news. They just want to control what that news is doing on their platforms and directly fund, as opposed to having, some other type of formula for compensation. So I do think that there are mechanisms such as must carry non-discrimination, that and potentially even common carrier that could be implemented in order to mitigate the potential for them to censor news in South Africa if it were to pursue this legislation.
Thank you.
Hi, Courtney. It's James. And just to indicate, in terms of our inquiry, we're not at the point of remedies. We're happy to discuss because we're looking at the evidence gathering. And South Africa has, I think, its own challenges and its own differences. But as you are involved in this, we thought it's useful just to engage you, as Paul has already started. I just want to step back for a moment. I mean, just following Paul's last question, I mean, does this not require a rethink about search and social media? I mean, social media says they are different, and to be fair, there are differences to search. And a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't seem to maybe recognize that difference. And another interpretation of what's happening with Meta is they might say, well, we don't benefit from news, we told you we don't, and so, we're happy to take it off. I know you've told us your view, you think it's strategic, but those are both plausible. So I mean, are you and others in the US starting to look at how we distinguish, and is there a difference in not only, the role of copyright or misinformation that may be greater in one and lesser in another, and how we deal with them as separately rather than together, and we just lump everyone together?
Yes, I mean, I do think that would make sense. Search, if we look at the market share that Google has in search, it's upwards of 90% in many countries. That is a monopoly for all intents and purposes. I think, looking at search, Google search as a form of a public utility requiring, common carry principles could be interesting. That's a, pretty big step, but that is something I think looking at. And the value I think that news provides to search is differently determined than, say, news provides on social media platforms. So yes, that makes sense. And similarly different from the value that news provides to foundation models like large language models and to generative AI applications like generative search. So I think it does make sense to separate out the review and also the data needs to establish value. I mean, we really lack the data that is held by the platforms to establish that value. And so I think that thinking about the transparency requirements is going to be really important, access to data and transparency requirements. Because really what we're seeing is that even despite the helpful frameworks for negotiation, I think a lot of media don't really know how to establish their value because they don't have access to data. So thinking about what kind of data is needed from different types of platform in order to provide the raw information that publishers need to negotiate is another aspect of this. But I don't think Facebook can say that people don't want news or don't need news, but the fact is, we have no idea. They keep throwing out this percentage, but nobody but Facebook has access to that information, which is why it's very interesting to see these behavioral studies that are trying to say, all right, well, let us try to figure it out on our end. I do think that it should consider how the value, how these, the role that these platforms play in your specific information environment. For example, Facebook may be much more infrastructural to the communication system if most people are using Facebook as the internet, or most people are using their services to communicate, then that could also open up an array of additional type of interventions that again look at these platforms as common carriers versus, independent commercial platforms that can do whatever they want.
I mean, just on that, you've mentioned common carriers a few times, and I was looking at your submission to the US Senate Committee on AI, and you make a point there around, de-indexing the sites from crawlers is not the solution, because then, and you've made a similar point now, that then in fact the AI models might be undermining public interest goals by reducing the quality of information. And you've mentioned must carry a few times, but are you not in a sense saying must carry, must pay, which was the old public broadcast sort of debate, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with that in your work, but I mean that has in itself a lot of controversy. Must carry is one thing, but must pay is combined with must carry. Some people have concerns. So maybe just to hear you on that.
I mean, I think that we have to be more active in shaping the information system that we want to create. So, we are seeing the scourge of misinformation become even greater. I'm sure you're having the same discussion about deep fakes that we're having here in the US, about all the, we know 57% of the internet at this point seems to be generated by AI. A European organization estimated that it's going to be up to 96%, I believe, or 96% by 2026. So, yes, I think that we want to think about must carry provisions for journalism, news, and information. Now, it's kind of like saying, you need to put nutrition labels on food because it provides an opportunity for people to inform themselves. If there's no must carry, then you do have the potential that Facebook could say, okay, well, we're just not going to carry any news. And I think that's problematic. With the must pay, if they continue to own and operate so much of the underlying infrastructure, and there is no structural separation between that, and publishers are constrained and essentially compelled to use those platforms, but it is necessary also that they be carried, then yes, there is also a must pay provision. No legal regulatory system is perfect, but I do think that we need to try something new. What we have is not working from the social media age. We know that journalism is suffering around the world, including South Africa, where there have been hundreds of job losses over COVID and in the wake of COVID. So I think we should be trying something new like this, especially because there is precedence that we can learn from in the prior media era and try to improve how those policies are designed based on the lessons learned about some of the negative, say, negative externalities of those proposals or those frameworks.
And I think at the moment you participated in the California law process, and as I understand, the federal law has not necessarily gone anywhere yet, but maybe you could update us. But I was reading about that through the Columbia Journalism Review, and a few things struck me. I mean, the one, it was put on pause, I suppose, and I think there were debates from both sides. And you mentioned, do you pay for traffic or do you pay for journalists? So that was certainly one aspect that is interesting, that this concern about promoting big media versus small, or entrenching the incumbents rather than allowing entry. So that's one, if I could ask you to speak on. The second is just, I mean, I was interested that this one particular article was interviewing an assembly member who seemed to recognize that this might well result in Meta shutting down news in California, but didn't seem too concerned. And it struck me that was a bit unusual. And so I think my second bit is just, how are people thinking about this? Because if they're walking into that with their eyes open and saying, well, so be it, that I find an unusual approach.
Yeah, I think there is certainly a sense in the US that Facebook is just less popular as a platform, and that may account for some of the reason why there's just less concern about Facebook, claiming that it's going to not allow news on the platforms on its platform in California. I think that, the fact that they are based there is also going to, I think people just feel like maybe that's not a really something that they're going to follow through on, since, it would be very odd to censor news in California where these platforms are housed. In terms of the status of some of these laws, the California law was made into a 2-year process because they really wanted to get it right. And I think one of the points that they're focused on is how to make sure that the law benefits journalists and humans, and rather than also facilitating the transition to an AI era where there are no more journalists. And so it has requirements around full-time employees and requirements for spending, for example, 70% going to online to pay for full-time employees. So that's, one way that they're trying to address that. And that's one reason that they made it a longer process, is so that they could do more stakeholder consultations and ideally design the law, as well as possible. I think one of the really important things to also remember is that the way that the revenue is generated, or the contribution or collection requirements on the platforms, does not necessarily have to be the same formula for distribution. And so there is this effort to think about, all right, well, if it does end up being on a traffic criteria, maybe that is the way that the money is brought in terms of traffic and, the link to advertising revenue of that platform in that jurisdiction. But in terms of how that is reallocated or distributed to news organizations could be different. You as public policymakers can decide, well, we really want to support the smaller independent media, local media. Canada and Australia have both included their public broadcasters in receiving compensation. So I think that you can look at different ways to collect versus distribute. Let's see. Did I answer all of the points of your question?
Yeah, no, I definitely think you have. And I suppose you've also got, you were mentioning earlier the difficulty on the geographic as well. There are geographic considerations around that too. I did have an interest in I suppose, again, just in the context of what's happening, the persistence with the news bargaining approach and arbitrator bargaining. You'd put up a host of other considerations there. But I am interested why there is a persistence with that when we do have this unintended, because also, of course, Meta's announced they're no longer going to pay for news in Australia or the UK or Germany. So the bargaining approach, and this maybe goes back to my question about search and social media, but the bargaining approach, at least on that side of the equation, seems to be broken. And so just to get your perspectives on that, you may feel it's not broken and explain to me why, but let's get your perspective.
Yeah, I think it's too early to say that it's broken, right? I think as you saw from the map I put up, there is this increasing momentum for this type of legislation. I think that is, scaring Facebook, which sees that it could be open to this type of legislation around the world, as it is, I think, also trying to figure out what it is as a platform amid declining usage by young people. I don't know if that's the case in South Africa, but that is the case in the US and I think in some of the other countries where it's seeing this, and it's turned towards AI. And I do wonder, I don't know, but I wonder to what extent it's the fact that it's saying, okay, well, we're not going to carry news on the platform. We'll just get out of the news business, is because it is doubling down on AI and XR, the metaverse. And, thus far, the vast majority, none of these laws, these competition frameworks have really addressed the use of AI. And so, they might be saying, look, we're just going to get out of the battle that is fighting, the kind of the current and last year's issue to focus on the future. I don't know. And, I don't work at Facebook. I think it's also really problematic that this platform, especially in a year where you have, more than half of the world going through elections, that they're saying, people don't want news, people don't need news, we're not going to carry news. Like, there just is this inconsistency between what it says about news and what it is doing to try to comply in some cases with requirements, like in the European Union, to address disinformation, election integrity, et cetera. And then what they're saying about these news media bargaining codes. I don't think that these frameworks are are a silver bullet at all. We also need to address the monopoly in the ad tech infrastructure. Again, like the role that data plays in creating value for these companies. There are many policy issues that need to be done. However, I do think that news media bargaining codes are an important aspect of the broader framework for the reason I mentioned, that they create a forum for negotiations. I did interviews in a survey of more than 300 journalists around the world in countries that receive development assistance, and virtually none of them can ever get a meeting with Facebook or much less sit down at a table and negotiate with them. So creating that forum, I think, is important. And I think it can create that framework to apply to the next battles we need to fight, which are around AI. So if it's structured right, and I would say that and this is part of the analysis on the tracker, you can see by each country, we've looked at whether it addresses AI. None of them explicitly address AI, but most of them could potentially cover the crawling and scraping of data from news websites under AI. So that's important, I think, especially for a country like South Africa, where you have several minority languages where that data could be really valuable. I also, again, have a real concern about Facebook, if it's making those threats in countries where it is essentially the equivalent of the internet. I think that, that should not be acceptable. I don't think that if you're a major information communications platform, you can just decide not to carry the news. And so we do see, for example, in Indonesia, that there is a kind of what seems to be a type of, must carry, not so much a must carry provision, but a visibility requirement for news. And I think that is something we should try. I think what I like about the Australian approach is it specifically built in a review, into the process to see how things are going. But I would note that in Australia, where we've seen these threats, none of the platforms have been officially designated. So the simple existence of news media bargaining codes have prompted platforms to negotiate with the press, despite actually not doing that through the framework itself. Just having a code in place prompted negotiations that included small, local specialty news outlets.
Courtney, a lot of the focus has been Google and Meta, but you mentioned that in the US that younger people weren't necessarily using Facebook as much, and that may have been a factor, but they're probably using TikTok. And X is also an interesting platform in the sense of at least pitching itself to let's say influence people who influence, be they politicians, celebrities, or journalists for that matter. I mean, has the debate there sort of sought to look at that aspect too?
Yeah, so I think, you can see in the EU approach, for example, with the very large online platform designation and the gatekeeper designation, that, this should be broader than just Google and Meta, right? I don't think you should write legislation or regulations simply for two companies. But, in order to address the changing nature of the platforms people use, as well as the value proposition there, we should be thinking about how to accommodate, these shifting the ways of use of these platforms. But then you also need to think about what is the value that news provides to the platform, and how is that value created for the platform itself and for external users. So like Twitter, for example, you can look at you can look at the responses of advertisers getting off of the platform, saying that they don't want to be on the platform because it is more vitriolic, it is there's less quality information on it, there's more hate speech, etc. So, if you have news go back, you would probably see advertisers go back. So again, you can see this relationship between digital advertising and the existence of news. I think your earlier question about how do we think about these platforms differently is important. And so thinking about, social media platforms of a certain size, I do think that we're talking about these, very influential platforms that are building the value of their platform in part on news, but also you want to see what is their role in the country, in the information environment that you're focused on. So if TikTok has become a really important information platform, then thinking about how do we make sure that news has a place in that platform, and how do you ensure not only that news has a place on that platform, but that news can exist in order to publish on that platform? I think it makes sense. And so we should be looking at a wider view, but to define what the threshold is, because you also want to encourage competition and creating new opportunities. And that's why I mentioned also data portability and interoperability. If you have data portability and interoperability requirements for social media, for example, that could mitigate the power of any one platform. And then maybe, you say, okay, well, we end up not needing that on social media, but we don't have those frameworks yet. So I do think that creating the opportunity for platforms that play that central infrastructural role and derive value from news content. And this is where, for example, this legislation is not, affecting Wikipedia. Wikipedia is it is a nonprofit organization. It is not selling digital advertising and creating value for itself next to the content of news providers. But I do think that it's a very real concern that, social media is not there to, showcase the news. And, we see that people, they're declining trust in news, there's declining use of news. And so we do need to think about how do we give journalism a fighting chance to be sustainable in this environment.
Courtney, one last question. We started a little late, so hopefully you have time. I thought the other thing that was raised in that submission was interesting, was the comment that was made to say, if we look at music streaming, it operates on a very different basis to ad share revenue. You pay per play, and that's the model. And I think your point may have been that ad share revenue is something that need not be the benchmark for this. It may have been specific to AI, but I think you also raised in your submission to us in respect of YouTube and the switch in business model to reward content creators with a revenue share has certainly served them well as well. So at the moment, a lot of those value assessments are based on ad revenue. If we were to take what you're saying and say, well, do we look at it differently? Do you just maybe give us some context to the reason you put that in your submission and how you're thinking about it?
So yeah, there's two reasons I would say that it's in there. One is because in music streaming, for example, you're not required as, the artist to go out there and figure out and allow or not allow, streaming to use your content, to be on the radio. You don't need to, give permission, et cetera. So music streaming, they've built a system, using collecting societies, et cetera, these bodies to, create, to enable artists to get compensated when their content is used without having to go out there and either, get it themselves or take proactive action to prevent their data from being used, which is the opposite of what we're asking publishers to do. So the publishers are, we're hearing, well, just put robot.txt and don't allow crawlers on your site. But, we don't require, for example, musicians to say, well, you're not allowed to play my song, right? That's the point of copyright, is to allow the use of, material in the public interest, but then also to compensate, the creators of that material. Also including streaming. It's not the perfect analogy because, in fact, individual musicians and independent labels have really suffered under the way that value has been established. And to some extent, the way that revenue is shared has further entrenched the dominance of a handful of, recording studios, of these, really big music corporations. And we don't want to do the same thing in media. I think we really want to try to design public policy that encourages a pluralism in the media environment that's even more important potentially than in creative industries. The other thing with respect to music is, they, I think, have been much more at the forefront of figuring out and exerting their rights to content and their rights to be compensated. And by exerting those rights, have forced tech companies to develop technology and policies that enable those rights to be exerted. So, for example, in response to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which is the U.S. Copyright Act that applies globally because of these platforms being based here, they developed notice and takedown systems. They developed content ID and hashing and filtering systems to identify this content. So we can see how, legal regulatory requirements can prompt these companies to create the technical solutions to implement that. And that can be really important. So if we're saying, we're worried about the rise of misinformation, we're worried about provenance and authenticity and safety in AI, well, requiring that they be able to trace and compensate rights holders would do a lot of things in addition to compensation. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it certainly does, Courtney. And I think we're out of time, but we must thank you. You've got up a lot earlier than we have. So thank you for your contribution and making time for these public hearings. And we also look forward to getting your inputs as we proceed through the process. I think it always helps to also bring in academic and other associations into these sort of debates and not just leave it with the parties. But it has been certainly interesting and useful for both of us. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this expertise to the Competition Authority, and I think it's important as well that you're hearing from a wide variety of voices and experts, including those who receive no tech funding for their research or analysis. And so, thank you again for the opportunity to bring this expertise to the competition inquiry.
Thanks, Courtney.
Bye.
Our next participant in the hearings comes from the GIBS Media leadership. Hi, Michael.
Good afternoon, James and Paula.
Hi, Michael.
Thanks, Michael, for joining us. I know you're rushing from something else, and apologize we're a few minutes late. We just joined Courtney a little late this afternoon. But thank you for coming to make contribute to the participation in the public hearings. I don't know if you've prepared any opening remarks before we have questions for you.
James, despite your comments praising Khadija for not having a PowerPoint, I have a PowerPoint, so I hope it doesn't prejudice me, but I would like to present it if that's possible.
You'll be excused as you do work from a business school, and I'm sure PowerPoint is an essential tool there.
Can you all see that? I just want to go from
yeah, we can.
Slide view. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and really thanks for the opportunity to make this presentation. I know that you've got a lot on your plate, and it's a highly complex inquiry. James and Paul, I just wanted to go through quickly the outline of the submission, just a quick background on the think tank. I also want to reiterate my support for the joint submission of SANEF and the partners. I won't go into detail there because I know they did present in detail yesterday and their key submissions. Then dive into a conference that we held in Johannesburg last year, which predated the announcement of this inquiry by a couple of months and led to the adoption of big tech and journalism principles for fair compensation. Then just a little section on valuing news. Some interim submissions that we did make as a joint submission on remedies. I hear you that you're not really at that stage yet, but it's quite hard to address the issues in this inquiry without at least thinking a little bit ahead on remedies. And then I just want to discuss briefly with what I'm calling the meta opt-out, if that's okay. So I will just proceed. Just very quickly, and just my background before I set up the think tank, I've been in the industry for many decades. I've been in the private sector at Prime Media for 8 years. I worked in a private media and which also had a news channel, news stream and Eyewitness News. I've worked at the regulator, ICASA, the industry regulator, and lastly, more recently, was on the board of the SABC. So I have a fairly broad perspective on the media in South Africa through my different experiences. We set up the think tank a couple of years ago. It was in the middle of COVID, but we realized there was a need for an independent an advocacy platform for stakeholders in the African news media and audiovisual content industries. The goal is really to generate innovative research and policy solutions for government, industry, and civil society, and primarily focus on media sustainability, mis and disinformation, internet freedom, and competition in the digital economy. And I think this issue really almost traverses three of those issues most directly, this inquiry. As I said, I just want to reassert full support for the joint submissions made yesterday led by SANEF and the various partners. We also strongly support the oral submissions made by SANEF yesterday. We were asked by SANEF and others to focus on some of the elements that weren't covered directly on the principles and the background to the principles, and I'll cover a range of other issues. But I also just wanted to say that I think that the importance of a broad-based alliance and collective positioning on an issue as complex as this is not only strategic, but I think it's underpinned, as I think you are aware, by strong professional advice at the intersection of economics, competition law, democracy, and the media, which I think this inquiry firmly sits in the middle of. So I think if you look at that joint submission, there is a fair degree of differentiation with the partners, one being a public news organization, the other being a self-regulatory body, others representing journalists, and ourselves a think tank. And I think there's a lot of value that we gained in putting it together and trying to think ahead as to trying to solve some of these very difficult and complex problems. I won't go into detail here because this was dealt with yesterday, but just to reassert the access to credible news as a public good should be dealt with as a basic human rights issue, not only as a commercial competition issue. Fair compensation for news should be based on the value, and we'll get to that later. Again, we believe in the prioritization of credible news by tech platforms, and that was attempted to be defined yesterday. And then I think, which Guy Berger dealt with in some detail, and one strongly supports, is the transparency and sharing of data and algorithms related to news content is absolutely crucial. And it's crucial on a number of levels, which we will deal with. Just to give a bit of background on the conference that we put together in July last year, we really believed that at the time there was an acute situation for media, not just globally, but particularly in the global south. And this motivated us to organize and convene a predominantly in-person conference last year on big tech and journalism, building a sustainable future for the global south. We brought together 70 participants, journalists, publishers, lawyers, activists, economists from 24 countries, and we discussed solutions to the crisis of the sustainability of journalism and its intersection with the role of the major tech platforms. Let me just jump a slide there. We then presented principles which were adopted at this conference, and it has subsequently, these principles have subsequently been endorsed by 101 individuals and organizations from 28 countries. I'd like to think that, not only is this commission really leading the way in the world in terms of the comprehensive nature of this inquiry, but certainly on a sort of civil society and advocacy basis, we went ahead and drafted what we thought could guide measures going forward in the future on how to actually devise mechanisms and measures. And we're very careful not to just use bargaining code language, but any measures that would assist a country which is seeking to address media sustainability, whether through competition or other approaches, from looking at these. Now, I won't go into detail. These are on our website, but they're very, very easy to understand and very basic principles. Well, first being public interest, that the mechanism should support and invest in public interest journalism, and that's been defined elsewhere. On plurality, any mechanism should support plurality in the platform and publishing markets. Obviously, we don't want to see any mechanism lead to further concentration and lack of competition. We also believe that any mechanism should support diversity in the news publishing market and have a net positive impact on the range of content, voices, and languages represented in the news market. Sustainability, quite obviously, that they should support sustainability in the news publishing market for individual publishers and the sector as a whole by ensuring they receive fair compensation for the use of their intellectual property and content. Fairness, I think it speaks for itself that the mechanism should ensure fairness in terms of engagement between the platforms and the publishers, and not allow individual publishers to strike preferential arrangements. It doesn't mean to say everyone should get the same amount of money, but it does mean that the basis for payments and usage deals should be the same for all publishers. And I think how that goes with the challenge of coming up with a methodology that deals with the question of value. Again, on the question of collectivity, small and medium-sized publishers be allowed to coordinate their efforts, and which may include collective bargaining. And I know certainly from a competition level, one has to get some kind of allowance for this collective bargaining to not be caught up with any kind of cartel or collusive laws. And transparency, and I think this has been dealt with a lot, the mechanism should have the highest possible degree of transparency. That goes to the deals that are done, but also to the data that needs to be shared in order that publishers are able to do deals in their best interest. I think many have said already, without that data on how the news is performing on these various platforms, it's very difficult to negotiate, and therefore there's a huge asymmetry of information in these negotiations. I think that mechanisms, we believe, should not inhibit the freedom of publishers through journalism to hold platforms accountable for their actions. We don't want a situation where now all of a sudden, because you're getting funding, you're not covering the platforms, and I mean that goes without saying. It's a common principle across media. But I think you also questioned that the other day on the issue of philanthropy. Everything's, there are times where funders will always come with some conditions, but it's up to the ethical leadership of the media to ensure this doesn't influence their reporting in any way. And obviously the mechanism should be outcomes orientated with the principles of public interest, plurality, diversity, etc. being the main goals. So that's really, in a nutshell, the principles. There were some themes that emerged out of the conference. I'll deal with a couple. I think we also need to understand, and James, you made this point. Sorry, this thing keeps jumping. You made the point that we see all these developments around the world. We're very aware of them in Australia, Indonesia, Canada, UK, etc. But we do have to develop a solution within our legislative context and taking into account South Africa's particular situation. Some of the colleagues who were from countries where there were repressive or dysfunctional governments, they raised questions about the suitability of our approach in some other countries. I'm just giving that for information. Obviously, we fully support this inquiry, and we do think it's a suitable approach. So those were some of the common themes that emerged. Then just quickly, and I think this you focused a lot on your questions on this. There's clearly a factual and conceptual dispute on the value of news to platforms and publishers on either side of the table. You're probably not going to get the platforms to agree with the publishers' way of valuation, but again, and I know this was dealt with by News24, without the data about how your product is performing on these platforms, it is very, very difficult to negotiate fairly with these platforms. You, I'm sure, are aware of research by FIR consultants in Switzerland. I think it was referred to by Courtney as well, and Anja Schifrin at Columbia University, that has shown that the concept of a link tax, or something that is really just covering sort of referrals back to the publisher, does not fairly cover the value of news to the Google ecosystem in particular, and social media in general. It's been shown by research that news has a stickiness, that even if people only want to have the thumbnail and the photograph and the headline, that news got them onto the platform in the first place. Sorry, let's move on here. And I think that, having said all of this, I think there is a need, and I'm not sure whether the Commission plans to do this, is to conduct independent research to attempt to resolve this dispute about value of news in the South African context. I mean, one would hope, obviously, it wouldn't exponentially delay your program, but I do think it would certainly empower the Commission if it did conduct independent research, taking into account all these submissions, in order to have its own view of what the value of news is, or at least a range of views that it would be comfortable with, because this obviously could feed into any remedies that it may or may not want to impose. I just have to say that, there are many voluntary agreements between platforms and publishers, and a lot of them have been mooted in the South African industry, and I know it's reported that many of these have not yet been signed off yet. But these are short-term survival measures that don't address the endemic anti-competitive conduct at the root of the digital platforms and the news relationship. Just moving along, we put this in our joint submission, Chair, but I just thought it's worth repeating because it does tie into some of the comments made by Guy Berger and others on transparency, because yes, it is very early days in the inquiry and remedies are not being looked at in detail now. But it is hard to look at this issue without considering some of the potential remedies. I'm fully aware that a market inquiry doesn't in of itself impose remedies, but certainly could recommend remedies. And just to quickly relate some of the interim submissions that the joint submission led by SANEF has put forward, that we should get an auditable information on the flow of news on their services with breakdowns, including any algorithmic penalization for the inclusion of links to news content, the role of user recommendations, require platforms to provide auditable information on the corresponding link between advertising placement and news content, investigate whether ad tech products and services need to be unbundled, and require that any bargaining between news publishers and platforms should entail greater symmetry of information between the two sides that I've referred to already, and it should be fully inclusive of all relevant news publishers in the country, and should allow for collective bargaining by small and medium-term publishers, and that any agreement struck should be made public, at least in general terms. I know there's a big debate about this, but there needs to be some form of transparency so we can establish the efficacy of these agreements. In my understanding, if the Competition Commission finds adverse impact on competition by the platforms, maybe on different bases, We understand remedies could include recommending an investigation which could lead to fines or behavioral orders, including collective bargaining and data sharing. And these would be obviously in line with many of our recommendations already. I think it's maybe a trite and obvious point, but I think it bears repeating that the Competition Commission and most competition authorities around the world, particularly in the global south, do not have access to the full spectrum of remedies available. I think it's important to note that only the Federal Trade Commission in Washington, D.C., and the EU and Brussels can play what one can call the breakup card, is breaking up these corporations. And often you find that criticism of proposals for fair compensation from even on the progressive side of the argument are against this and really are focusing on antitrust breakup as really the bottom line solution for this problem. You know, I think that's academic for us in South Africa and most of the world. We can only focus on what we can focus on. We simply cannot afford to wait for the FTC to break up these companies, which could take a decade if one looked at the Microsoft experience. So I think it bears noting that one only has a range of remedies, and these should be implemented taking into account our special context. And then lastly, just to allow for more time for questioning, and I want to say that I've paraphrased this there. This is not exactly a quote from Meta, but I feel it reflects what they say. They're saying, "Dear journalism, we are just not that into you anymore. Thanks for the memories and all your data." Okay? Now, yes, there might be a humorous take on it, but it surely cannot be correct that a company with over 3 to 4 billion users, after decades of unfairly benefiting from quality and news content, and just coincidentally, as the regulatory heat starts rising across the globe, announces a unilateral opt-out of news content and social commentary. And some of the words that they use were direct quotes: "We will be deprecating Facebook news, and we are not going to amplify news on threads." So, I just want to ask the question, surely this deprecating, de-amplification, and blocking of news, as in Canada, is actually not legitimate conduct from a platform that is inarguably dominant in its respective markets and one of the largest companies in human history. So, I was interested when they did block the Canadian news content, Canadian publishers launched an antitrust complaint in Canada. I'm not sure of the progress of that. Perhaps the Commission could follow up, and I don't know whether they dropped the complaint after coming to terms with Google on the new legislation. But I do think it's an interesting and correct in my view that the response of publishers to the blocking was an antitrust complaint, because it's effectively blocking the ability of news to operate and trade on a platform that is held by a hugely dominant player. And I think there's further research needs to be done on assessing the lawfulness of platform responses like blocking news content. So, James, Paula, that's it for me. I just thought I'd just go into it quickly and leave more time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. A lot packed in there. I just wanted I have a question of clarity regarding your principle of independent oversight and enforcement. If you could expand a little bit more just in terms of who or how everyone thought about that?
Well, I think that, one would regard the Competition Commission as falling within that independent definition, an independent regulator, or whether a bespoke fund is set up. There's been a lot of work on national journalism funds through the Global Forum for Media Development. So mechanisms that could be set up that could help fund the media through funds that come from the platforms and others. So I was including the Competition Commission as an independent body, but there are bespoke structures that could be set up.
And I know that you also presented the principles in Nairobi at the media festival there. And I just would be interested to hear what the feedback was from African colleagues.
Just correction, Paul. I was actually in Addis Ababa. I didn't go to that Nairobi conference, but I did present in Addis Ababa on the sidelines of the recent AU summit to the AU Media Fellowship, and there was a lot of interest from African colleagues on these principles, but also feeling, and I took the point that, you know, when we refer to as collective bargaining within the South African media environment, we are really looking at collective bargaining between publisher associations or news organizations getting together. But I think it's fair to say that in other parts of our continent, with the news industry not being as big as South Africa, there would maybe need to be collective bargaining from countries. I think in order to leverage some of their strength, it might not be easy for a small country with a small media industry to try and take on the platforms in the same way as is being done here, or at least the inquiry is being done here. So I thought it was quite interesting feedback that the principle of collectivity or collective bargaining should not just apply to media companies, but in the African context should apply to groups of countries or regional groups of countries as well.
Thank you, Michael. James?
Thanks, Michael. I mean, you know, you have been engaging with obviously some academics and others globally, and we've just heard from Courtney as well. I mean, in those engagements, and you have a rich history, what would you say are the key differentiating features of South Africa's media landscape and its context as a young democracy, but also incomes, consumption of news, that this inquiry should factor in? Because obviously we can learn from foreign experience, but we must look at our own experience. But what would you single out as the key factors and how we would think about them?
That's a good question, James. I mean, South Africa's unique in many ways in the sense that on the bad side, it is the most unequal society in the world, and apparently still so. But a sort of a positive corollary to that is that it's also the 25th most free media environment in the world, ahead of the US, ahead of the UK, and even Australia. I don't know if it will stay like that, but it's certainly something to be proud of. So what we have in unique is incredible disparity of wealth, but media freedom is protected. And therefore, and also we have 11 languages, which most of the countries, and I think you mentioned it the other day, a lot of these solutions are coming from developed economies, possibly with Indonesia being the first from what's traditionally called the global south or developing economies. With fairness, I mean, Indonesia has yet to kick in, and there's still a lot of details to fill out there. But I think your point is well made that, you know, the main international examples, Australia, Canada, the US, well, the US, it's on a state level that they're trying it. But certainly the point is made, it's coming from developed economies. So I think any solution that in South Africa has to take into account disparity of access to information in terms of universal access. I think the language issue, other people have brought it up. You know, at the moment, the SABC is the only broadcaster which broadcasts in all official languages, which broadcasts news, I think, in most of the official languages. And it'll be good to hear what Professor Marivati talks about tomorrow in terms of developing a local AI solution with African languages. But I do think that it makes it unique in the sense that it's not just about replicating a bunch of English content and preserving English or Afrikaans-only media, because I think it's quite telling that 30 years into democracy, the private sector broadcasts predominantly in English and Afrikaans still. And not just broadcast, obviously, in terms of other publications as well. So I do think we need to take into account the fact that there's not a homogenous language situation as there are in the other countries that we've mentioned. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, maybe just to pick up one other area. I mean, the disparity of access to media and also just access to the web and let's say affordable access just to that. I mean, the consumption, I think I raised yesterday, the consumption patterns in South Africa also seem to differ quite a lot to other countries between search and social media and where you go to, but also between mainstream media and community media. Also, there's quite a lot of disparity. I mean, is that something we should factor in, and how would it influence us?
Well, okay, I think you should factor in, but it also made me think of a particularly interesting jurisdictional point potentially. ICASA doesn't really have jurisdiction over the platforms. Its law is very much in terms of telecommunication operators and broadcasters. Despite best efforts to get the law upgraded, and I served on a panel of experts a few years ago to redraft the broadcast legislation, this unfortunately still has not happened. But the point being is that your digital platforms, your streamers, etc., are not currently regulated by industry-specific regulators because the law has just not caught up. And the Competition Commission, therefore, sits quite in an interestingly unique position, no pressure, but it seems to be the only regulatory body that does have a jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction is founded on competition law and it's jurisdiction over the whole economy. And that doesn't matter whether someone is regulated by a sector regulator or not. So that's my first point, is that the Commission has a role to play regardless of esoteric debates about broadcast frequency, spectrum, etc. It doesn't matter. It's about economic activity. And I do think that, any solution in South Africa without dealing with disparity of access within the realms of whatever remedies that you can impose, it should happen. I mean, it needs to take that into account. And I do think specific thought should be given to the uplifting of news in all our languages across platforms.
And Michael, on some of the algorithm changes, Facebook would say, well, we were listening to our users. Our users were saying they want more interaction, they want less politics, and so those algorithmic changes were not there, apart from obviously stopping news in Canada. But the algorithmic changes from 2018 onwards have been about refining for the users and what they want. And so that listening to what people want has meant less news. I mean, what's your response to that? Because they would say that's my business and I'm listening to my audience.
Well, it's very hard to comment on that, James, without seeing the basis upon which they determined that is what their audience wants. We just have to take their word for it because we're not seeing any data, and we don't know that this is a particularly self-serving situation because they've been very quick to mention, and I think it's quite interesting, and Courtney made the point, spending a lot of time on fact-checking because it's quite clear that the better moderated platforms tend to make more money. So while they might want to be colloquially break up or unfriend the news industry, they also realize that there still is a lot of information-related content that is carried on their platforms. And because they're an advertising-based business, they have to deal with that. Or just to get back to your question, I don't know what to make of the "this is what our audience wants" type argument, because it does seem to be more than just a little bit coincidental that soon after the rumble in Australia, that all of a sudden this change started taking shape, which culminated in the recent announcement in Australia that I'm sure you're aware of, and obviously what happened in Canada. So I remain unconvinced until I see a more detailed report and transparency on the data that Meta used to make this determination that their audience was no longer interested in news. I mean, you yourself, James, when you talked about the latest research in South Africa, I don't know what the reference was, whether it was the social media landscape report, but the ones that I've used show that most people get their news off the platforms of social media, whether it's Google, social media. They still, it doesn't matter whether they're being de-amplified or news is being deprioritized or censored to some extent. People are still going to the platforms for news, certainly in our country. So if that's what the people want, well, maybe it's not the South African people, because South Africans are still going to the platforms to look for news.
And I think you raised exactly the stat that is puzzling me, at least, is you get surveys that say people are going to social media for news, and in fairly large numbers. But at the same time, then we're told that it doesn't represent much. I mean, one way of trying to square that is it may not be a large part of all the content, because there is so much content, but more people are focused on that content than they are on my last TikTok post.
Is that a question? It says
Yeah, so how do you square those two statistics? We're told 3%, I think, or 5%, and I think the last Reuters was 56% go for news on Facebook in South Africa.
I think they cannot be squared, and I think that the good thing is that the commission does have the legal authority and power to access all necessary information in order for it to be able to come to its decisions, whether it's in a market inquiry or investigating a complaint of anti-competitive conduct, and therefore is in a better position to get this answer. I'm sure these questions are being asked at the platform, but it does seem to me to be incongruous. To not only say that people aren't interested, that it's dropped to 3% in terms of content. Then it goes, how they're defining news. I'm not sure how they're defining news. They seem to include like social commentary. And I do think it presents, they have not been taken on outside of Canada. I do wish we could follow up on that antitrust complaint to see what became of it. And perhaps even if we could possibly get the original complaint, if it's fallen away, to see the basis upon which Australian publishers, Canadian publishers have challenged this blocking of news. The 3% number would also seem like a potential de-amplification of news. Is it just how it's ended up, that they ended up at 3%? Or is it because that this de-amplification started a lot long ago than we've been told? We don't know that. We simply don't have that data, unfortunately.
Michael, I think maybe it's the last question from me. I was interested that the Reuters Institute survey does have a bias to, I think English-speaking, educated, urban, young, whether there has been any domestic research which has looked at where people get access to news from, say, rural, lower income, less educated people, because that seems to be a gap as well. I mean, even amongst that biased group, it was 56%, but we lack information on the rest of the country.
If I could just deal with that, when I was on the SABC board, and I'm still, even though I'm not on the board, I'm still a huge supporter of independent public broadcasting in South Africa. But I was quite interested to note, I know News24 called themselves the most trusted news source in the country. Yes, but I would argue that if you looked at that Reuters report, you said it, James, it's based on English speakers in urban areas who were surveyed on a telephone. I would argue SABC, even on that basis, is the second biggest online news source in the country, according to Reuters, which, people look at the SABC as this old fuddy-duddy public broadcast. It's simply not true on the basis that it is already a multi-platform news operation and the second biggest online news source. I would, to go back to your question, if you had to add in other languages and rural areas, I would guess that SABC could be the biggest online news source in the country. But obviously that research was not done taking those factors into account.
But in the digital space, outside of SABC radio and television?
I am talking about the digital space because if you look at SABC YouTube, SABC's Twitter handles, the streaming on YouTube, which is all free, no paywall, SABC can currently stream its news, its 24-hour news channel on its own app. So you don't have to have a subscription with MultiChoice to get that news channel. So there are many ways that people can digitally access SABC News outside of the television and radio platforms. And that's the basis, I think, that Reuters also used to determine that SABC was the second biggest online news source in the country.
Michael, thank you very much. I think that's all the questions from Paul and myself. But thank you for making yourself available. And
thank you.
The submissions we have received through the collective. And we hope you continue to engage the inquiry and as we progress from here. But thank you for all of your assistance.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Paula.
And with that, we bring to a close the proceedings for day 2. Tomorrow we'll be hearing from Med8 Community Media and Professor Mariate from University of Pretoria. That's a 2-hour session to educate ourselves and the public on AI and some of the intricacies of AI, and especially in the South African context, and as you heard from Michael, also from a language perspective. And Mail and Guardian, sorry. Mail and Guardian will be in the afternoon. Thank you.